Hello, boys and girls. I hope you're ready to sharpen your reading skills. Today's lesson is all about context clues. Let's begin. As readers, we often encounter words that we may not know in fiction and non-fiction books. This can be quite challenging. Did you know that you can use context clues to help you? Let's find out more. What are context clues? These are clues that readers use to find the meaning of unknown words. When using context clues, you can look for pictures, helping words such as or, like, are, and called. You can also look for words you know. There are different types of context clues. A context clue can be a definition. It is where the meaning of a word is explained in a sentence. The Chickcharney is a mythical owl-like creature that lives on the island of Andros. The meaning of the word Chickcharney is included in this sentence. A context clue can also be an example. An example of the word is in the sentence or nearby sentences. Many restaurants serve Bahamian cuisine such as peas and rice, cracked conch, and boiled fish. We can conclude that cuisine means kinds of food because examples of Bahamian food are included in the sentence. Antonym is another type of context clue where we see a word or phrase with the opposite meaning is used in the sentence. The blue marlin is massive compared to a tiny hermit crab. The word massive must mean large because we see the word tiny, which is the opposite of the word large, in the sentence also. A synonym context clue is where a word with the same meaning is used in or near the sentence. We enjoyed a spectacular view of the sunset yesterday. It was simply The word amazing is the synonym for spectacular. Are you ready to be word detectives? Use context clues to figure out the meaning of the underlined words. We looked at the atlas to find Ragged Island. What does the word atlas mean in this sentence? What is something that you would look at to find a place? We know that we usually look at maps, so I think atlas means map. At the restaurant, we were offered a variety of beverages like switcher, Goombay punch, and coconut water. What does the word beverages mean in this sentence? If you said that the word beverages means types of drinks, you are correct. How do you know? We can see from this sentence, other examples of drinks are included. The beach is a peaceful and tranquil place to relax. What does the word tranquil mean? If you said the word tranquil means calm or quiet, you are correct. The words peaceful and relax helps us to know what the word tranquil means. The people at the Junkanoo parade were quite boisterous when their favorite group arrived in Rawson Square. They became quiet as soon as their group passed. What does the word boisterous mean? The word boisterous means Loud. There is another word in a nearby sentence that helps us to know the meaning, and that word is quiet. The opposite of quiet is loud. We've come to the end of our lesson. I hope that you will practice using context clues the next time you come across a word you do not know.
Welcome, Secret Agent. Thank you for joining Mrs. Bostwick today to help her solve the case of the mixed-up luggage. The strategy you will need is drawing conclusions. I hope you're ready. When we use details from the story with what we already know, we draw a conclusion. Drawing conclusions is a reading strategy. It helps the reader understand what the author is trying to say. Sometimes, readers use clues to figure out things the author doesn't say. So, we must look for clues in pictures and in the words that we read. Let's dive right in. Here's the problem. 3 persons just returned home from vacation. They went to collect their luggage after the plane landed. All they saw were 3 gray and black suitcases that all looked the same. Which one belonged to whom? Here is Mrs. Bostwick. She's a teacher and she loves to read. Here is Dana. She's a student. She likes to fix hair and she collects Barbie dolls. This is David. He's also a student. He enjoys playing sports and he loves soccer. These are the details of the 3 persons that just came off of the plane and are looking for their bag. As you can see, all 3 bags do look the same. Whose bag is it? In bag number 1, there are 2 unopened Barbie dolls, a comb and brush set, and a jar of gel. Can you draw a conclusion of who this bag belongs to? Did you say Dana? Yes? Awesome job, Agent. I'm very pleased with your response. You used the clues that you read from the details and you drew a conclusion. Bag number 2. Whose bag is it? It has a soccer ball, a pair of soccer cleats, and a basketball jersey. Remember to draw conclusions by using the details from the story. The clues that were given to you just now. Put them together with what you already know. Boom! There's your conclusion. Tremendous, Agent. This bag does belong to David. Continue on. I am sure these passengers are happy to be getting their bag. Bag number 3. It contains a laptop, a notepad with a red pen, and a sticker book. This one is super easy. These details are a given because I know that you know this bag belongs to Mrs. Bostwick. One of the main details that was given to us was that she is a teacher. We know that teachers love to give reward stickers, and they also use a red pen most of the time to mark their students' work. Give yourselves 2 thumbs up, agents. For your first case, you didn't do bad at all. Let's see what's next. Let us look at this picture and draw a conclusion about Mr. Moxie. I see it looks like a party is going on because there are party decorations like balloons and streamers going across the top of the ceiling. There is also a dessert table and a table with gifts. Mr. Moxie has some ingredients. Did he bake a cake for the party? Or did Mr. Moxie bring decorations for the party? If you said A, Mr. Moxie baked a cake for the party, that answer is right. You use details from the picture to help you draw a conclusion. Very good. On to the next one. Here we have some boys celebrating. They're on the blue team. There is a soccer ball inside the goal and the goalie is holding the ball. Did the soccer ball get tangled in the net? Or did the blue team score a goal? Once again, agent, you're doing a fantastic job. The answer that you chose is correct. The blue team scored a goal. Let us look at this picture and the details in the short story. Jenna was riding her bike. It fell over. Jenna's leg was cut. Jenna was A, hungry, or was she hurt? Let's look at Jenna. She's laying on the ground. Her head is down. She does have some protective gear on, but it's not covering her entire body. What do you think? You are right. Terrific, agent. Jenna is hurt. Take a look, a close look. Let's read together. Ariel's mom cooked dinner. Ariel did not eat. Later that night, she went in the kitchen for food. What happens when you go in the kitchen in the evening for food after dinner has already been prepared? Are you A, hungry? Or are you B, hurt? I know that's right. When we go in the kitchen in the evenings looking for food in the fridge, we are hungry. Agent, I am pleased to let you know that all cases are now closed and solved. Give yourselves a pat on the back for doing such a super duper job in solving all of these cases, one right after the other. You use clues from the story or from pictures, combined it with what you already know, and you drew a conclusion. Stay tuned, agents. There will be more next week. Hi there, boys and girls. Welcome to a review lesson on drawing conclusions with Mrs. Bostwick. When we draw conclusions, it helps us to understand the story better. We use story clues, combine it with what we know, and ta-da! We draw a conclusion. Look at the pictures and draw a conclusion. First, we have a hen with some eggs underneath it. Next, we have some chicks coming out of some cracked eggshells. Last, we have a hen in its nest with some chicks and some more eggs. Can we say that 1, the chicks hatched, or 2, the eggs dropped and broke? What conclusion can we draw from these picture clues? Tremendous! The chicks hatched. Let us read the short story, answer the question, and underline the keyword. Kimberly had a lot of homework to do. It was 3 pages long. She added and subtracted until her hand got tired. What kind of homework did Kimberly have? Was it A, science, or B, mathematics? Terrific! She did have mathematics homework. Which keywords helped you to decide which type of homework she had? Added and subtracted. Very good. We know that when we are doing mathematics work, we can add or subtract. Let's read again, answer the question, and underline the keyword. Kimberly was very tired. She put on her pajamas, brushed her teeth, and crawled under the cover. What was Kimberly doing? Was she A, getting ready for bed, or B, getting ready for school? Wonderful! She was surely getting ready for bed. Which keywords helped you decide on that answer? Let us underline them. Yes, she put on her pajamas, brushed her teeth, and crawled under the cover. Those keywords helped you to identify the correct answer and draw a conclusion. You are superb. Remember, practice makes perfect, so don't stop here. Hi there, and welcome to Drawing Conclusions Practice with Mrs. Bostwick. I want you to remember that we can use clues to figure out things about a story or article. The clues can be pictures or words. Let us use word clues to solve the riddle. Read along with me, please. I help keep the community safe. I lock up criminals and investigate crimes. Who am I? Hooray! Your answer is correct. A police officer. Let's try another one. Read along with me. I work in a shop. I cut people's hair. Sometimes I give them a nice design. Who am I? Terrific. A barber. One more. Here we go. Don't forget to read along with me. I take care of animals. I help them feel better when they are sick. Who am I? This one should be rather easy for you. Amazing. Yes? This is a veterinarian. Let us read and then draw conclusions once we're done. Don't forget to read along with me. I try to eat healthy food every day. When I eat good food, I can run and play. Give me meat and fish. Give me milk and cheese. More fruits, more vegetables, and more bread, please. When I get food, I can run and play. Then I get stronger each and every day. Wasn't that interesting, boys and girls? Using clues from what we just read, which foods are good for you? Let us circle them. Okay, very good. You circled turkey. That is a meat. What about candy? No, I don't think so either. Milk? Yes, very good. Apples? You're surely a good listener. What about spinach? You don't think so? Okay, we'll see. Chocolate? Oh no, chocolate is not healthy. I think spinach is a more healthier choice than chocolate. What should you do if you want to be a strong runner? Remember, there were some clues in what we would have just read that tells us what the author did to be a strong runner. Think about what we just read. I knew you could do it. I should eat foods that are good for my body. Very good. Eating good foods will definitely help you to build strong bones and muscles and help you to be a stronger runner. Don't forget, practice makes perfect, so don't stop here. Keep on practicing so that you can master this skill. Hi there. Welcome to another lesson on facts and opinions with Mrs. Boss Swift. Do you remember our fact and opinion song from last lesson? Well, if you do, join me as I sing it to help us to remember the meaning of the term fact and opinion. But if you don't, the words are here for you, so sing along.
It is if it can be proven. Opinion, so what one thinks, feels, or believes. Fact, 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 it is if it can be proven. Opinion, so what one thinks, feels, or believes.
I'm so proud of you. I hope you like Legos. Try to choose the correct meaning of the term fact before all the Lego blocks fill the screen. Is it a statement that can be proven true, or is it a statement that tells how someone thinks or feels? Great job! I knew you could do it. A fact is a statement that can be proven true. Now, you're going to do the same thing for the term opinion. Try to beat the clock. Come on, quickly. Before the blocks fill the screen, what is an opinion? Is it a statement that can be proven true, or is it a statement that tells how someone thinks or feels? Yeah, a statement that tells how someone thinks or feels. Way to beat the clock. Fantastic job. Listen as I read a story about Bessie and her family. On Saturday, Bessie went to the zoo with her parents. She had lots of fun looking at all of the animals. The boa constrictor was between 6 to 7 feet long. When Bessie saw it, she trembled with fear. When she passed the parrots, one told her hi. The peacocks looked amazing as they showed off their feathers. She even watched the flamingo show. They had beautiful pink feathers and were really cute. On the drive home, Bessie fell asleep because she was so tired. Now, this is the part where you all can assist. Help me decide which statements are facts and which are opinions. Number 1. Bessie went to the zoo with her parents. Is this a fact or is it an opinion? That is the right answer. It is a fact. Number 2. Peacocks look beautiful. Is this a fact or is it an opinion? You bet. It's surely an opinion. Number 3. Snakes are amazing reptiles. Is this a fact or is it an opinion? Oh no! This is not a fact. It is an opinion. It tells how someone thinks or feels. Number 4. Flamingos have pink feathers. Is this a fact or is it an opinion? Once again, job well done. This is a fact. Flamingos have pink feathers. Do you remember the flamingo show from your field trip to Adastra Garden? I hope you do, because now I would like for you to think deep and give me one fact and one opinion about these amazing animals. I will give you a moment or two. I think you're ready. Yep. When flamingos rest, they stand on one leg. That is a fact. Great job. Now it's time to give me an opinion. Awesome indeed. I enjoyed watching the flamingo show. That is an opinion. It surely tells how someone thinks or feels about these flamingos. Our time is up for today. Hope to see you next time.
Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome to today's phonics lesson. Our topic today is hard and soft C and G. Boys and girls, at the end of today's lesson, you will be able to identify the two sounds of C and G. Also, you will be able to read words with the consonants C and G that use both sounds. Boys and girls, can you name the vowels? The vowels are A, E, I, O, and U. Do you know what is special about vowels? The vowels have two sounds. Today's lesson is about two very special consonants who also have two sounds, C and G. Consonants C and G make a soft sound. Soft C says S as in mice. Soft G says Ch as in cage. Consonants C and G can make a hard sound. Hard C says K as in cat. Hard G says G as in goat. Shh! I have a secret, boys and girls. To remember when C or G is using its hard or soft sound, look at the vowel that follows the C or G. If the letter after C or G is E, I, or Y, C or G says its soft sound.
Soft C is followed by E, I, or Y. E, I, or Y. E, I, or Y. It says S. It says S. Just like S. Just like S. Soft G is followed by E, I, or Y. E, I, or Y. E, I, or Y. It says J, J. It says J, J. Just like J. Just like J.
When C or G is followed by the vowels A, O, or U, it makes its hard sound. K, G.
Hard C is followed by A, O, or U. A, O, or U. A, O, or U. It says K, K. It says K, K, as in coat and cold. Coat and cold. Hard G is followed by A, O, or U. A, O, or U. A, O, or U. It says G, G. It says G, G, as in goat and gold. Goat and gold.
Is the C or G in these picture words hard or soft? Ice, ice. The C sound in ice is the soft sound. Comb, comb. The C sound in comb is the hard C sound. Gum, gum. The G sound in gum is the hard sound. Which word has the soft or hard sound of C or G? Let's look at the vowel that follows G. The G is followed by an E. This means the G is a soft G. This word is danger. Now, let's look at the vowel that follows the C. The C is followed by an I. Therefore, the C is soft. the word is circle. In this word, the C is followed by an A. That means that the C has the hard sound. This word is castle. Here, the G is followed by an E. The G here is a soft G. This word is gentle. In this word, the G is followed by a U. Therefore, the G is a hard G. This word is gulp. Here, the C is followed by a Y. Therefore, the C is a soft C. This word is cycle. Here, this G is followed by a Y. So, do you know what this G is? Yes, this G is a soft G. This word is gypsy. Now, boys and girls, I want you to identify if the upcoming pictures have the hard or soft sound of C or G. Remember, C or G makes the soft sound when followed by E, I, or Y. C or G makes the hard sound when followed by A, O, or U. Now, are you ready to listen for the hard and soft sound of C and G? Jump up if the picture has the soft sound of C or G. Are you ready? Circus. Goose. Candies. Mice. Bridge. Marvelous job, boys and girls. You have really been paying attention. Now, can you read these words with hard and soft C and G? First, get a pencil and a paper. Write down the word. Circle the vowel that follows C or G. Then read the word. Are you ready? Very good, grade 2. You are doing an awesome job. Now for our final activity. Use the pictures to complete the poem using hard or soft C or G words. Once upon a time, there was a She lived in a with her baby named Scylla. She found some coins. What a gem! Would you believe it was only 10? Gorilla told Scylla to leave that snake. Here is a piece of. Oh, yummy! What a treat this makes. Excellent job, grade 2. Now, let's remember, consonants C and G have a hard sound and a soft sound.
Remember when C or G is followed by E, I, or Y, it makes a soft sound. It makes a soft sound. Soft C says S, S, S. Soft G says J, J, J. Where C or G is followed by A, O, or U. A, O, or U, it makes the hard sound. It makes the hard sound. Hard C says K, K, K. Hard G says G, G, G.
Hello, boys and girls. Welcome to another comprehension lesson. Our topics for today are main idea and supporting details. What is the main idea? What are supporting details? The main idea tells you what a picture, sentence, and a story is mostly about. When reading, you can find out more information that proves or supports the main idea. These are supporting details. Let's read this story together, boys and girls, so that we can find the main idea and the supporting details. In Mr. Butler's yard lived Carter the dog. Carter loved spending time with his friends. Carter's friends all loved to dance, but he did not know how to. He always felt left out. Chase the cat danced the heel and toe. Chip the bird danced the skull. And Cookie the worm played ring play with her sister. One evening, Carter decided that it was time he learned to dance. He got out of his doghouse and tried to move. First, he felt his back legs started to shake. Then his tail started to swing. Finally, his head started to nod. What is the main idea? If you said Carter learned to dance, you are correct. What are the details that you read in this story, boys and girls, that supported the main idea? If you said 1, Carter felt his back legs started to shake. 2, Carter's tail started to swing. And 3, Carter's head started to nod. You are also correct. Awesome job, students. You were able to identify the main idea and the supporting details for this story. So remember, the main idea tells you what a picture, a sentence, and a story is mostly about. The sentences that give you more information about the main idea is called the supporting details. These will help you as a reader to understand what you are reading. Until next time.
Welcome, boys and girls of grade 6. Today, we'll continue with one of my most favorite topics, making judgments. My name is Miss Jones, and I will be your guide today. By the end of this lesson, you should be able to 1. Make a judgment about characters in a passage, and 2. Justify your judgment using information from the text. Let's review. What are making judgments? A judgment is an opinion or an evaluation based on information that has been received. You can make judgments about how a character looks, the character's decisions, and the character's actions. You can also make judgments when reading non-fiction. You may decide if statements are facts or opinions, or if they are accurate and reliable. However, for today's lesson, we will focus on making judgments while reading stories. So how do we make judgments? 1. Look for information in the passage. 2. Use your life experiences. And 3. Consider your beliefs and what you've been taught. Let's practice. We'll read together The Decision. It is lunchtime and Jamal is famished. He scurries over to the lunch vendor to look at the various food options. Yum! He sees many things that catch his eyes, but one item stands out. It is his all-time favorite meal, baked chicken with a small salad and an apple. The only problem is that it costs $5, and that's all Jamal has. He really wanted to purchase something cheaper so that he could have money left over to buy something small for his mother. It's her birthday after all. Jamal then sees the dollar value meal, which includes fried chicken, French fries, and a soda. He knows without a doubt that his mother, who is a nurse, would definitely not approve of that meal. She has had him on a strict diet because he has a lowered immune system and is often sick. After much thought, Jamal decides to purchase the dollar value meal. Now we'll practice making judgments together by answering the questions. Number 1. Which adjective below best describes Jamal? Use evidence from the passage to support your answer. Is he disobedient, thoughtful, selfish, or adventurous? Let's go back to the passage. I know that Jamal decided to purchase the dollar value meal. I can also see that he did that so he can buy something for his mother. I also see that he neglected to get his all-time favorite meal just to get that gift. I would definitely say that Jamal is thoughtful. Now, number 2. Do you agree or disagree with Jamal's decision? Well, I agree. Because if I were Jamal, I would do the same thing. After all, it's only one meal that isn't so healthy, and my mother definitely deserves that gift. Let's read the second passage together, the haircut. Shanna picks up her phone and hears screaming on the other end. It is her best friend Joy, who had just gotten her hair cut, and she hates it. She is dreading going to school the following day for fear that the students would tease her. Shanna reassures Joy that it probably isn't that bad. Joy convinces Shanna to come over to get her opinion. When Shanna walks into the bedroom, it is evident that Joy has been crying. Shanna sees her hairstyle and thinks that it is hideous. Yikes. The bangs have been butchered and the ends are uneven and frayed.
So what do you think?
Joy asks on the verge of tears. Shanna does not want to hurt her friend's feelings, so she smiles and says,
I like it. It's beautiful.
Let's do the questions together. Number 1. What adjective would you use to describe Shanna as a friend? Use evidence from the passage to support your judgment. This may take a while, so I'll give you a minute. What adjective did you choose? Interesting. Well, I chose considerate. I thought Shanna was a considerate friend because she saw that her friend was hurt and she did not want to make her feel worse. Number 2. Do you agree or disagree with Shanna's actions? I disagreed. I disagreed because I believe in honesty above all, even if it may hurt someone's feelings. How did you support your decision? Did your decision differ from mine? Remember, we do not have to have the same answer. This is the beauty of making judgments. As long as you can justify your answer, you're doing a good job. Before we end, we have to recap the main points of the lesson. What are judgments? Judgments are opinions or evaluations based on information received. Use evidence and your own experiences to support your judgments. Using what you have been taught and your beliefs helps you to make connections, which is important as a reader. This brings us to the end of our lesson, boys and girls. Remember to keep reading and keep keep making judgments.
Hey kids, it's Hannah Banana here, and you're back for another exciting lesson. Today, we're going to be making judgments. Are you ready? Let's go. To make judgments as readers, we must do some special things. Can you remember from our first lesson what are some of those special things we need to do? Can you remember how many special things we need to do? I think I heard it. If you said 3, you're correct. First, we must ask questions. As you read your story, I want you to think about the characters and ask yourself, what kind of choices did the characters make? Were they good or were they bad? What were the actions of the characters? Were they fair or unfair? Second, make connections. As you read your story or your text, see if there are anything similar in the text to what you have experienced in your lives today. Third, form an opinion. An opinion is what you think, what you feel, or what you believe about a situation in the text. Now, let's get practicing. You're going to read the passage and click the best answer for each question. I want you to read first. Always remember, before you answer your questions, try and read your story, your passage, or your text at least twice. Can you find the title of the story? Awesome job. It's The Perfect Boost. The Perfect Boost. Bahamian track star Chantel Miller is super fast. She usually comes first in every race. What gives Chantel that boost to run so fast? I work out for 1 hour before my race, says Chantel. But first, I eat a bowl of conch salad. Conch is a good source of protein, vitamin E, and B12. Conch also supplies small amounts of iron and potassium. This tasty dish is made raw as a salad with lots of vegetables. So if you want to be speedy like Chantel Miller, have a bowl of conch salad before your race. Now I'm going to read the story again, and I want you to read it with me. Are you ready? Okay. The Perfect Boost. Bahamian track star Chantel Miller is super fast. She usually comes first in every race. What gives Chantel that boost to run so fast? I work out for 1 hour before my race, says Chantel. But first, I eat a bowl of conch salad. Conch is a good source of protein, vitamin E, and B12. Conch also supplies small amounts of iron and potassium. This tasty dish is made raw as a salad with lots of vegetables. So, if you want to be speedy like Chantel Miller, have a bowl of conch salad before you race. You'll be able to go back to this story and read it at any time you please. But let's click to go to the questions. What is the best reason to eat conch salad before a race? Is it A, conch salad is a tasty dish, B, you might win something, or C, conch salad is a good source of protein, iron, and potassium? I heard the answer C. Let's see if you got it. You're absolutely correct. Good job, boys and girls. Let's go to the next question. Conch definitely is a good source of protein, vitamins, and all those healthy things that Chantel needs to get her body ready for that race and to stay healthy. Question number 2. Which idea from the passage is an opinion? Remember now, an opinion is what you think, what you feel, and what you believe. Can you find me the idea from the passage that is an opinion? Is it A, Chantel usually wins her races? B, conch salad is a tasty dish? Or C, Chantel works out for 1 hour before a race. A, let's see if you got it. Oh no, I'm sorry. You're incorrect. You should try again. You can go back to the story and read it again, or you can return to the question. That answer is incorrect because you can prove if Chantel wins her races or not by looking at the scores and the reports. Remember, an opinion is what you think, what you feel, and what you believe. It can't be proven. Question 2. Which item from the passage is an opinion? A. Chantel usually wins her races. B. Conch salad is a tasty dish. Or C. Chantel works out for 1 hour before a race. I heard the answer B. Let's see if you got it. Oh, wow, that's awesome. You're absolutely correct, boys and girls. Conch salad is a tasty dish is an opinion. And guess what? Some persons may disagree and some may agree with you. That's what makes it an opinion. It's just something that you feel, not necessarily something that someone else feels, thinks, or believes. Let's go to the next question. Question number 3. The author's purpose. In this passage, the author's purpose is to A. Persuade you to eat conch salad. B. Give you information about the Bahamas. Or C. Tell a funny story about an athlete. Did you say C? Oh no, that's incorrect. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to try again. There was nothing in that story that really made us laugh or entertained us. So the author was not trying to tell a funny story. Let's try again. Did you say A, persuade you to eat conch salad? Let's see if you got it. You're correct. That's amazing, boys and girls. Let's keep it going. Question number 4. What can you tell about Chantel from the passage? A, Chantel is chubby and unhealthy. B, Chantel is great at swimming. Or C, Chantel is healthy and in shape. I heard C. Let's see if you got it. You did it. What an awesome job. Chantel most definitely has to be in shape, fit, and healthy because she's very speedy and she's winning most of her races. Guess what, boys and girls? We're all done. You've done an amazing job today. Great, and that was so cool. Did you enjoy the lesson? If so, I'd like you to add me or follow me on Instagram and Facebook at Rena Jade or at Classic 242. I had so much fun. Let's do it again. Hey kids, I'm Miss Hannah Banana, and welcome to another exciting lesson on making judgments. Are you ready? Let's go. Here's some of our goals for today. You're going to define the term judgment, explain strategies to make judgments, and construct judgments by assessing stories. Before we move on, we're going to stop right there. And I want to know, do you know what is judgment? Well, judgment is the ability to make considered decisions or come to sensible conclusions. To make judgments, readers must ask yourself what the author is trying to say. Also, think about what kind of information is included in your story and why. Think about the character's decisions. Assess how the character looks. And last but not least, think about the character's actions. To make judgments, as readers, we must do three things. First, ask questions. Second, make connections. And third, form an opinion. Let's try those over one more time. First, ask questions. Second, make connections. Third, form an opinion. With those three steps, you're right on your way to making judgments. Let's break it down even further. When you ask questions, here's some of the things you should think about, or you should ask. Is this fair? Was this a good decision or idea? Was it a bad decision? What would I do if I was in that situation, or if I was in the story? Readers look at the whole situation and question whether actions are good or bad. Second, make connections. When you make a connection, you think about your own experiences as you read. You look for a connection between your life and what is going on in the story. Think about what you would have done if you were in the same situation. Got it? So you have to make a connection to the text. So it's called text to self. How is something in this story similar to something that has happened to me before in my life? Last but not least, you're going to form an opinion. Can you remember what is an opinion? An opinion is what I think, feel, or believe. Say it with me. An opinion is what I think, feel, or believe. Good job. Readers can agree or disagree with the character's actions. You also decide whether the character's actions are good or bad. Are you ready to practice? Well, let's go. O'Neill is on his bike at the top of a hill. He notices that most of the hill was wet. O'Neill is worried that his bike might slide in a puddle. He is also excited because it will make his bike travel faster. O'Neill jumps on his bike and starts speeding down the hill. Now I'm going to read it a second time and I want you to follow along. O'Neill is on his bike at the top of a hill. He notices that most of the hill was wet. O'Neill is worried his bike might slide in a puddle. He is also excited because it will make his bike travel faster. O'Neill jumps on his bike and starts speeding down the hill. Now, we're going to ask ourselves some questions and try to make a connection with this story to help us form our opinion and make a final judgment. First question, is riding on a wet road a good or bad idea? Do you know? Have you ever rode a bike on a wet road or seen it happen before? What could happen to O'Neill? Are there any good things that can happen or bad things that can happen? Think about them all. And last but not least, what do you believe he should have done? I love all the answers you're giving, and I hope you enjoyed this lesson. See you soon. To follow me, click on Instagram or Facebook and follow me at Wayna Jade or Classic242. I can't wait to hear from you guys.
Good morning, boys and girls. Our comprehension lesson for today is making predictions. Do you know what it means to make a prediction? To make a prediction means to guess what you think will happen next in a picture, text, or story. You may ask, how do I make a prediction? Just look at the pictures. Read the sentences or stories, or use what you already know. Listen carefully to this story and tell me what you think will happen next. It was movie and popcorn night at the Browns' home. Dad left work early to purchase a movie card from the store. He was so excited about the deal he got for the movie card that he ran from his car through the kitchen looking for Mom. But he did not see my little brother's toy truck on the floor. What do you think will happen next, boys and girls? Is it A, he will find Mom? B, he will trip down over the toy truck? Or C, he will get some popcorn? If you said B, he will trip down over the toy truck, you are correct. You just made a prediction. Don't forget, boys and girls, to make a prediction means to guess what you think will happen next. When you are making a prediction, you can look at the pictures, read the sentences or stories, or use what you already know. Bye.
Hello, boys and girls. I'm so glad you could join me for another reading lesson. Today, we are learning all about the plot of a story. Let's get started. In our previous lesson, We learned that all fiction stories have characters, which are the people, animals, and things in a story. Fiction books also have a setting. This is where and when a story takes place. If stories only had characters and setting and nothing else happened, these stories wouldn't be interesting at all. All stories need a plot. What is the plot of a story? The plot consists of the important events that happen in a story. It tells us what happens in the beginning, middle, and end. In the beginning of a story, you get to know who the characters are and what is the setting. Let's look at the story of the tortoise and the hare. In the beginning, tortoise and hare lived together in the forest and agreed to have a race. The middle of the story tells you the events that happen. It usually includes some kind of problem. In the middle of the story, the hare was boastful and believed that he could beat the tortoise, so he decided to stop and take a short rest. Then he fell asleep. The end of a story tells how the problem was solved. In the end, the tortoise does not stop. He keeps a steady pace and wins the race. It's time to power up and show what you know. We'll read some familiar stories and tell which part of the plot was read. Jack climbs the beanstalk up through the clouds and sees a castle which is the home of a giant. He goes into the castle and steals a singing harp and a hen that lays golden eggs. Jack is chased by the giant as he goes down the beanstalk. Which part of the plot is this? It is the middle. There was a little girl who lived in a village near the forest. She always wore a red cloak whenever she went walking, so everyone called her Little Red Riding Hood. One beautiful afternoon, Little Red Riding Hood is sent by her mother to take some goodies to Grandma. Which part of the plot is this? It is the beginning. Goldilocks woke up and saw the three bears. Help! She ran out of the house and never came back again. Which part of the plot is this? It is the end. Let's review. The plot is what happens in the beginning, middle, and end of a story. It is made up of important events which include a problem and solution. We've come to the end of our lesson for today. You did a fantastic job, students. I hope to see you soon. Hello, boys and girls. Thanks for tuning in to another reading lesson. Have you ever heard about the problem and solution of a story? Well, let's find out more. Oh no! Kino looks so sad. He dropped his soda on the ground and made a big mess. What should Kino do? Let's think of some ways to help Kino solve his problem. Kino can clean up the mess he made, ask someone for help, or buy another soda. In our last lesson, we found out that all fiction stories have a plot, which tells us the events that happen in a story. Stories have a beginning, middle, and end. The plot usually includes some kind of problem which may be introduced in the beginning or middle of a story. The problem is solved at the end of a story. In today's lesson, we will focus on problem and solution. The problem is what goes wrong in a story. It may be a challenge, trouble for the characters, or something the characters want to fix or figure out.
They may have to solve a mystery or have a fear of something. Characters may even get in trouble. The solution is how the problem is solved. For example, characters may finish a task or face something they are afraid of. They can also stop bad people from doing wrong things and help someone in need. It's time for an activity. Fill in the problems. Read each solution and think about a problem for each one. Here's the solution. You wash your hands with soap and water. What is the problem? If you guess your hands are dirty, that's correct. You can ask your teacher to explain it to you. What is the problem? The problem is you don't understand something. Here are two solutions. You can tell your teacher or go to the nurse's office. What would be the problem? If you said the problem is you're not feeling well, you're correct. Now let's fill in some solutions. Read each problem. Think about a solution for each one. Your pencil breaks while you are writing down your spelling words. What is a possible solution? You're on the right track if you said you can ask someone to borrow a pencil or you can sharpen your pencil. It's too hot on the playground. What is the solution for this problem? Let me think. If it's too hot on the playground, you can find some shade. Your desk is disorganized and has a lot of crumpled paper and sharpener shavings in it. What is a good solution for this problem? Let's see. If I had this problem, I would clean and organize my desk. I want you to read a passage with me and find the problem and solution. Do you think you can do that? I know you can. Ask yourself, who is having the problem? What is the problem? And how is the problem solved? Enzo couldn't wait to go swimming. His dad had promised him that they would go to the beach on Saturday. Finally, it was beach time. When they arrived at Goodman's Bay, Enzo and his dad hurried towards their favorite spot. As they got closer, piles of empty cans, bottles, and paper covered the place where they wanted to set up their things. So Enzo decided to pick up all the litter and put it in the garbage bin. After doing this, they were able to settle down and have fun in the sun. What is the problem? Their favorite spot was covered with litter. What is the solution? Enzo picked up the litter and put it in the garbage bin. I'm so proud of you, students. Finding the problem and solution in stories helps us to further understand what we are reading. The next time you read a story, try to figure out the problem and solution. See you next time.
Good morning, boys and girls. Today's lesson will be about silent consonants K, W, and GH. At the end of the lesson, you will be able to identify words with silent consonants K, W, and GH, and you will read words with silent consonants K, W, and GH. When K is silent, It says nothing. It does not say its sound. It is silent when it's paired up with the consonant N. So when you see words with KN together, the K does not say its sound. You will see KN in words such as knob, N or B, knob, knit, N, I, T, knit, knee, N, E, knee, knife, N, I, F, knife. Okay, boys and girls, let's review our words. Knob, K-N-O-B, knob. Knee, K-N-E-E, knee. Knit, K-N-I-T, knit. Knife, K-N-I-F-E, knife. Silent consonant W. When W is paired with consonant R, the W is silent in words such as rack, R, A, K, rack. Right, R, I, T, right. Wrap, R, A, P, wrap. Reef, R, E, F, reef. Now let's review these words with W-R. Rack, W-R-E-C-K, rack. Wrap, W-R-A-P, wrap. Right, W-R-I-T-E, right. Wreath, W-R-E-A-T-H, wreath. When GH is silent, it says nothing, as in night, N-I-T, night. Sleigh, S-L-A, sleigh. Dough, D-O, dough. 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 8. Now let's review these words with silent GH. Night, N-I-G-H-T, night. Dough, D-O-U-G-H. Sleigh, S-L-E-I-G-H. 8, E-I-G-H-T, 8. Now, boys and girls, I need you to choose the correct spelling for the picture. Here we have a knob. Is the correct spelling N-O-B, K-N-O-B, or N-K-O-B? What is the correct spelling? K-N-O-B. Excellent job, boys and girls. Let's try another one. Wreath is the correct spelling. W-R-E-A-T-H. R-E-A-T-H or R-H-E-A-T-H? What do you think the correct spelling is? You are absolutely correct. W-R-E-A-T-H. What about night? Night. Now, all of these words are spelled correctly, but they are for a different meaning. Can you determine which word is the correct spelling for the time of the day, which is called night, when you see the moon in the sky, boys and girls? Is it N-I-T-E, N-I-G-H-T, or K-N-I-G-H-T? What do you think the correct spelling is? Excellent job. N-I-G-H-T, night. The moon comes out at night. Wrapper. Wrapper. As you can see, boys and girls, this is a paper for a candy. This is what the candy comes out of. Is it R-A-P-P-E-R, W-R-A-P-P-E-R, or W-R-A-P-P-U-R? What do you think the correct spelling is? Very good. W-R-A-P-P-E-R. Knock. Knock. Do you think the correct spelling is K-N-O-C-K, N-O-C-K, or K-N-O-C? What do you think the correct spelling is, little ones? Excellent job. K-N-O-C-K. You did an excellent job, boys and girls. Goodbye. See you soon.
Hello, boys and girls. Can you think of your favorite story? It may have been a book you've read or one someone read aloud to you. In today's lesson, we're going to discover what stories are made of. Are you ready to learn? Let's begin. Story elements can be found in fiction books, which are made-up stories created from an author's imagination. They are the parts that make up or build a story.
Every fiction story has the same key elements. They are characters, setting, plot, problem, solution, and theme.
The two story elements we will be learning more about are characters and setting. Characters tell us who or what the story is about. They are the main figures that move the story along. Characters can be people. For example, stories can be about superheroes, a boy, girl, a giant, or even a detective or ballerina. Characters can be animals, like a fish, a crab, a pig, bird, or turtle. Characters can be things, like a robot, a furry monster, a talking car, an airplane, or pineapple. Characters think, act, and feel. They perform the actions, have conversations, and experience different emotions. They can be happy, angry, or sad. Let's look at another story element, the setting. It is where or when the story takes place. The setting can be a place like the beach, a classroom, a house, or a forest. It can also be the time of day. For example, a story may take place in the morning or at nighttime. The setting can also be a moment in history, like the past, present, or future. Let's practice. Read each group of words. Do they describe a character or setting? Number 1. A dark, cold night. Is that a character or setting? If you said setting, you are correct. Can you tell me why you said setting? Yes, a dark, cold night is the time of day, and we know that setting tells us the time of day. Let's read together. Number 2, Oscar the fish. Is that a character or setting? Oscar the fish is a character. Well done, boys and girls. And we know that characters can be animals. Number 3, a friendly giant. Is a giant, a friendly giant, a character or setting? Did you guess, boys and girls? If you said a friendly giant is a character, that's awesome. You're on the right track. Number 4, under the sea. Is that describing a character or setting? If you said under the sea is a setting, you got that right. And remember, the setting describes a place. Number 5, Telly the telephone. Is that describing a character or setting? Telly the telephone is a character. You got that right, boys and girls. And remember, characters can be things. Number 6, a cool, windy evening. Is that describing a character or setting? A cool, windy evening describes a setting. Well done, boys and girls. And a setting tells us the time of day. Number 7, traveled to the future. Is that describing a character or setting? Traveled to the future is a setting. Remember, the setting can also be a moment in history. And we learned that the future is a moment in history. Now you get to read the next 2 passages to find out the character and setting in each one. Take a moment to pause and read each passage, then answer the questions that follow. Passage 1. Daniel opened the gate to his neighbor's garden. He was surprised to see so many different kinds of plants growing in one place. He quickly took out his camera and started taking pictures for his science project. Who is the character? What is the setting? Let's check the answers for passage 1. Who is the character? Daniel is the character. If you got that, that is excellent, boys and girls. What is the setting? The setting is the neighbor's garden. Well done. Passage 2. Early one sunny morning, Rex the rooster shook his feathers and took a stroll around the front yard. Suddenly, he heard a loud sound coming from the bushes. Rex ran quickly to see just what was making the noise. Who is the character and what is the setting? Let's go over our answers for passage 2. Who would you say is the character in this passage? If you said Rex the rooster is the character, that is correct. What is the setting? The setting is a sunny morning in the front yard. We have a time of day and also a place. What did we learn today? We learned that story elements are the parts that make up a story. Characters can be people, animals, or things. And the setting can be a place, a time of day, or a moment in history. You are reading stars, boys and girls. Thank you for joining me. See you soon.
Good morning, class. Welcome to today's phonics lesson. Today's topic is words ending in DGE. At the end of today's lesson, you will 1. Identify the sound of DGE. 2. Read words ending with DGE. 3. Spell words ending with DGE. Boys and girls, give me a D. Give me a G. Give me an E. DGE says J.
DGE says J, J, J right after a short vowel. DGE makes a soft G sound. Just say it. Don't be doubtful. DGE says J, J, J in edge, badge, and judge. Yes, DGE makes J sound in bridge, pledge, and smudge. DGE says J, J, J. Yes, DGE says J, J, J.
When written together, the letters DGE is called a trigraph. A trigraph is 3 letters written together, but they make one sound. DGE makes the soft G or the J sound, J, J, J. Can you help me blend these words ending with DGE? J, J, edge. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Awesome job, grade 2. Let's sound out this word. edge, edge, hedge. Are you ready? Fudge. Boys and girls, this is a final word. Are you ready? Bridge. Bridge. Boys and girls, how quickly can you read? Read all the words before they disappear. Are you ready? It is story time. Matt and Madge sat at the edge of the shore. Matt and Madge ate their fudge, but Matt wanted more. Matt asked Madge to give him some fudge, just a smidge. Madge said no, she will not budge, not with her fudge. Matt stood up and started to cry. He made a pledge not to share his pie. Excellent job, boys and girls. Now, can you name the words in the story that end with DGE? Wonderful job, boys and girls. Now for our final activity. This activity is called DGE or G. For this activity, you will need a pencil and a paper. Marge hit her head and is confused. She is unable to remember which words have the sound of DGE. Can you help Marge? To help Marge, follow these directions. Identify the picture that has the sound that DGE makes. Write the correct spelling of the word. Remember, DGE makes the ch sound as in bridge. Wedge, frog, dog, ridge, tiger, sledge, badge, Goat. Fudge. Girl. Boys and girls, you did a wonderful job helping Madge. She was able to find all the words ending in D, G, E. Let's take a look at Madge's answers. Wow, you were fabulous today, grade 2. Please shout the sound of DGE. Excellent job. Let's rock it out with the DGE song.
DGE says j, j, j right after a sharp vowel. DGE makes a soft G sound. Just say it. Don't be doubtful. DGE says j, j, j in edge, badge, and judge. Yes, DGE makes j sound in bridge, pledge, and smudge. DGE says j, j, j. Yes, DGE says j, j, j.
Welcome, boys and girls, to another daily language review. I am Mistress Williams. Boys and girls, let's talk about singular and plural nouns. Singular nouns means one. Plural nouns means more than one. Let's take a look at our pictures. Books. Books. Do you think books? Do you think it's one or more than one? Books. You see more than one book there? So that makes it plural. Very good. Let's look at our next picture. Our next picture is a flag. Now, how many flags do you see? Do you see one or do you see more than one? You only see one? Me too. Flag is a singular noun. It is only one. Good. Let's look at bike. Is bike a singular noun or a plural noun? Yes, it's only one bike, so it is a singular noun. Our last picture is flowers. Do you see one flower? Oh no, there's more than one flower there. So, flowers is a plural noun. Flowers means that there is more than one. It's good to know, boys and girls, that some plural nouns ends with an S, as in books and flowers. Very good job, boys and girls. Give yourself a round of applause. All right, let's move on. Let's now talk about compound words. Now, compound words are when you take two words and you make a new word. So let's look at this word. Rain. Rain. So when you have the word rain plus the word bow and you put them together, rain plus bow equals, what was that? Yes, rainbow. Rainbow. Good job. Let's try another one. What is this a picture of, boys and girls? Pan? Yes, that is a pan. Pan plus cake. Pan plus cake equals, what's our compound word? Yes, we get pancake. Pan plus cake equals pancake. Good job, boys and girls. Give yourself another round of applause. Good. Let's move on. Let's talk about naming part now. Naming part is the part of the sentence that tells you who or what you are talking about. Let's look at this sentence. My mom and I are staying at home. Who are we talking about, boys and girls? Yes, we're talking about my mom and I. That is the naming part of the sentence. Good job. Let's talk about synonyms now. Synonyms are words that mean the same thing. Let's look at some of these words. We have the word large, small, yell, big, little, shout. Now we have to figure out which one of these words or which two of these words mean the same thing. Let's start with the word large. What word means the same thing as large? Yes, big. Big means the same thing as large. Now we have the word small. What means the same thing as small? Yell, little, or shout? Little means the same thing as small. Good job. Now that leaves us with the word yell. What word also means the word yell? Shout? Oh, yes. Shout means the same thing as yell. Good job, boys and girls. Give yourself a round of applause. All right, pronouns. What is a pronoun? Well, a pronoun takes the place of a noun. Let's read the sentence. The boy is holding a ball. Now, in the sentence, we have nouns. Boy is a noun. Ball is a noun. Boy is a person. Ball is a thing. Now we want to change the noun into a pronoun. So instead of saying boy, we can now say he. He is holding a ball. Now ball is a thing. We can change ball into a pronoun. It. So now our sentence can say, he is holding it. We have changed our nouns to pronouns. Good job. Thank you for joining me for our daily language.
Hey, boys and girls. Let's explore measurement using inches with Mrs. Theophilus. How many of you are asking yourselves, how do I measure objects using inches? Well, during today's lesson, we will be able to locate the inch side of the ruler. You will also investigate the measurement of objects using inches. where can we find the inch side of a ruler? Well, the inch side is usually the side that has the numbers spaced further apart on the ruler, like the top part of this ruler seen on the slide provided. What is an inch? An inch is a smaller unit of measurement that makes up a foot. It can be used to measure pencils, crayons, and markers. Okay, boys and girls, let's practice measuring using the unit of inches. So if we look at this juicy, roasted, golden corn, we want to know how long it is. Because if you're greedy like me, then you want the longest corn, right? Yes, you do. Okay, so now when we are measuring, you always start from the left-hand side of the ruler at the end, and you move your way over to the right-hand side. So if we start at the left-hand side of the inches here, and we move all the way over, we pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this corn would be 6 inches long. Let's take a quick look at this pencil. Let's find the length of this pencil using inches. Okay, so we're going to start from which side of the ruler? That's correct. We're starting from the left-hand side of the ruler. We're on 0. And then we move all the way over to the end of this object. So if we move all the way over, we end up at 7 inches. So the length of this pencil is 7 inches long. Excellent job, boys and girls. Okay, now, boys and girls, it's your time to practice measurement using inches. So it's time for you to get your paper and get your pencil. And you are going to practice measuring these pencils. Jot down your answers, and then we'll go over your answers. It's your time. Okay, boys and girls, and that is time up. Now let's see your answers. Check your answers. Let's look at the first pencil. If we move on the ruler from left to right, this pencil ends at 4 inches. And inches can also be represented by the abbreviation IN and a little dot. Okay, so this is 4 inches long. Let's look at the second pencil. Moving from left to right, this pencil stops at 2 inches. Okay, so we'll write 2 and we'll write the abbreviation for inches, which is IN. Okay, and then let's look at our third pencil. We're moving from left to right, and this pencil stops at 1 inch long. Now, I hope that none of you take a 1 inch long pencil to your teacher's class. You will not be able to finish the entire lesson with that short pencil. And let's look at the last final pencil. We move from left to right, and this pencil stops at the number 6. So this pencil is 6 inches long. Very good. And I hope that all of you take a pencil that's approximately about 6 inches long to your teacher's class. Okay? Very good, boys and girls. And I hope that you got all 4 questions correct. Hello, students. and welcome to another math lesson. Today we're going to be learning all about perimeter. So get relaxed, clear your mind, and get ready to learn. What is perimeter, you may ask? The perimeter is the distance all the way around the outside of a 2D shape, space, or area. Let's take a look at this. Here we have a rectangle with two long sides with 7 centimeters. Cm means centimeters. And then we have two short sides with 3 centimeters. So how do we find the perimeter for this rectangle? First, we need to add 7 plus 3. That will give us 10. Then we're going to add 10 plus the 7. We'll get 17. Once we have added that, now we need to add our last side, 17 plus 3. And that gives us 20. So the perimeter of this rectangle is 20 centimeters. Let's take a look at this word problem. Sandra wants to decorate her square table with ribbon around the edge. If the length of one side of the table is 2 meters, and in this word problem, M represents meters. So if the length of one side of the table is 2 meters, how much ribbon does she need? Now, what do we know about a square? I heard you out there, boys and girls. A square has 4 equal sides. So if one side of her table is 2 meters, then 4 sides must be 2 meters. And that makes finding the perimeter so much easier. So to find the perimeter, we will add 2 meters plus 2 meters plus 2 meters plus 2 meters. And that would give us 8 meters. So the perimeter of her square table would be 8 meters. It's your turn now. Let's try these. Look at the rectangles on the beach balls and let's find the perimeter. Look at the first beach ball. To find the perimeter, you must add 32 plus 20 plus 32 plus 20. Go ahead, try. Did you get 104 meters? That's correct. Kiss your brain. Excellent job. Let's look at the rectangle in the second beach ball. Uh-oh! They only gave us the measurement for 2 sides. But that's not a big problem. If the measurement on this side of the rectangle is 4 inches, then this side must also be 4 inches. If they gave you 3 inches for this side of the rectangle, then this side here must also be 3 inches. So now you can add to find the perimeter of this rectangle. Go on ahead. Did you get 14 inches? Wow, you guys are really, really smart. Go to the head of the class. Thank you very much, boys and girls. You were an excellent audience, and I hope you learned a lot as we discussed the topic, perimeter. Bye-bye. See you for our next lesson.
Today, we will be doing subtraction with a missing number. Hi, my name is Kate, and this is my best friend Lucas. We need your help to complete our scavenger hunt. This is my mom. She has placed surprises all around our house, and we must solve math problems to get clues that will lead us to our final surprise. Are you ready to help us? Our first clue is 7 minus blank equals 3. When you think you have the correct answer, flip over the card for a clue. I don't know the answer off the top of my head, so let's figure this out together. First, we know we start with 7, so let's imagine 7 markers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In the end, we want to have 3 left over, so let's check off 3 markers to make sure we know that's what we need to end with. 1, 2, 3. Now let's count how many are left. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the answer must be 4. Let's look. 7 minus 4 equals 3. The correct answer is 4. Great work! Your next clue is hidden where you can find an object with 4 wheels. We found the first surprise by the car in the garage. Let's see what it is. 2 forks? I wonder what they could be for. Let's keep looking and see what else we can find. The clue says 8 minus blank equals 6. When you think you have the correct answer, flip over the card for a clue. I think we should solve this one the same way we did before. So let's start by imagining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 markers. This time we must check off 6 since that is what we are ending with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now let's see how many are left. 1, 2. So 2 must be the answer. Let's look. 8 minus 2 equals 6. The correct answer is 2. Awesome job! Your next clue is hidden where you brush your teeth 2 times a day. We found the surprise in the bathroom. I wonder what it could be. 2 plates? I wonder if our final surprise is something we can eat. Let's see where our final clue will lead us. 12 minus blank equals 9. When you think you have the correct answer, flip over the card for a clue. So this time, let's imagine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 markers. Our ending number is 9, so let's check off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now we have 1, 2, 3 left over, so 3 must be the answer. Let's look. 12 minus 3 equals 9. The correct answer is 3. You finished successfully. Your final surprise is located at the place where you eat 3 times a day. Yay! Our final surprise is cake! I guess this is what we needed the forks and plates for. Thank you for all your help today. You were awesome.
Created using Powtoon.
It's math time. Today's lesson is on addition with regrouping, but this time we'll be focusing on grouping addends. Let's go. We group addends when we are adding more than two numbers. To group addends, you can use brackets and place it around the first two numbers that you will add. After adding the first two numbers, add the other number to the sum. Let's put it to practice. 48 plus 75 plus 35 equals blank. We are going to use grouping addends to help us solve this. To group the addends, we have to select two addends that we want to use first. Let's go with 48 and 75. Do you see how I have my parentheses around it? Wonderful. Let's set it up. 48 plus 75. Let's add. 8 plus 5 equals 13. So we put the 3 under the ones column and the 1 above the tens column. That's because 13 was more than 9, so we had to regroup. 1 plus 4 equals, very good, 5. 5 plus 7 equals, I can't hear you, 12. Very good. Are we done yet though? No, we're not. We still have to add the 123 plus the 35. So let's set it up on the side. 123 plus 35. 3 plus 5, 8. 2 plus 3, 5. Nothing to add with the 1, so we'll bring it on down. So our sum of 48 plus 75 plus 35 equals 158. Let's try one more example. Here we go. 204 plus 196 plus 254. Instead of grouping the first two addends, how about we group the last two? Let's set up 196 plus 254. Beginning in the ones column, let's add. You give me the sum. 6 plus 4 equals? Very good, 10. 10 is more than 9, isn't it? So that means the 0 was going to go under the ones column and we have to regroup over into the tens. 1 plus 9 equals, and 10 plus 5 equals 15. Excellent, you're doing great. Because 15 is more than 9, we have to regroup. So we will put a 5 under the tens column and regroup over into the hundreds column. 1 plus 1 equals, and 2 plus 2 equals, excellent, 4. But are we done yet? No, we're not. We still have to add that sum to 204. Let's set it up on the side. Starting in the ones column, 0 plus 4, and 5 plus 0, 4 plus 2, excellent. So our sum of 204 plus 196 plus 254 is 654. Wasn't that a marvelous practice? Grouping addends is one of the easiest ways to add when you have more than two numbers. Take it from me, I use it all the time. Well, that's it for today. Feel free to practice by writing practice numbers and adding them. Maybe even try doing one with 4 next time and seeing how you do with that. That's it for today. Bye!
Let's play ball, grade 3, a game of subtraction with renaming. Let's play ball with step 1. And so we have the number 636 minus 598. And so we begin in the ones place, and we see that we have 8 to be subtracted from the 6. And we know that we cannot subtract 8 from the 6. And so we must go over to the tens, and we're going to rename the 3 as 2. And then we take that group of tens over to the ones, and so we add 10 plus the 6, and we get 16. So we rename the 6 16. And so now we can subtract the ones place, where we will say 16 minus 8 gives us 8. Let's move to first base. Let's continue to play ball. Step 2. And so we have already renamed our ones place with 16, and 16 take away 8 gave us 8. And so now we are in the tens place, where we must subtract 9 from 2. Kind of impossible to subtract 9 from 2. And so we need to now go over to the hundreds place, and we're going to rename the hundreds 5. And so we're going to take that 10 over to the tens place, and 10 plus 2 will give us 12. And so we're going to rename the 2 12. So now we can subtract the tens place. 12 minus 9 would give us 3. Then we move to the hundredths place. 5 take away 5 gives us 0. We're on to second base, guys. Let's play ball. And the game is still going on, boys and girls. Now let's learn how you can check your answer. Okay? So when you would have gotten your answer, you can add it with the subtrahend, and you should get the top number or the minuend. So let's try it out. Move in the ones place. 8 plus 8 is going to give us 16. So we put our 6 there and take our 1 and place it over onto the tens. And so we add 1 plus 9 gives us 10, and 10 plus 3 gives us 13. So we put our 1 here and a 3 here, and then we add 1 plus 5, which gives us 6. And there you have it. We got our minuend that we started with. And so we're headed for a home run. Hello, boys and girls, and we are on the move with Sonic as we learn addition and subtraction. Hope you're ready. Let's look at our first number of the day. The first number that we're going to be looking at is going to be the number 4,362. And another way that we can write this number would be word form, 4,362, and also expanded form, 4,000 plus 300 plus 60 plus 2. Let's look at our next number. Our next number of the day is 1,222. Okay? And another way we can write this number would be word form, 1,222, or expanded form, 1,000 plus 200 plus 20 plus 2. Now let's try and add and subtract our numbers of the day. Okay, so let's add our two numbers of the day. The first number we dealt with was 4,362. The next number of the day is 1,222. We're going to put our plus sign, and these numbers, 4,362 and 1,222, are called addends. And so now we're going to begin adding from the ones place. 2 plus 2 gives us 4. We move to the tens place. 6 plus 2 gives us 8. We move to the hundreds place. 3 plus 2 gives us 5. We move to the thousands place. 4 plus 1 also gives us 5. So our sum is 5,584. You guys are getting really good at this. Let's move on. Okay, so let's subtract our numbers of today. And our minuend would be 4,362. Our subtrahend would be 1,222. We're going to put our minus sign. And now we're going to find our difference. Where we begin subtracting from the ones column. 2 take away 2 gives us 0. 6 take away 2 gives us 4. 3 take away 2 gives us 1. And we move to the thousands place. 4 take away 1 gives us 3. And so our difference now, the answer to a subtraction problem is called the difference. Our difference is 3,140. You guys are really, really smart. Kiss your brain. Thank you very much, boys and girls. When it comes to addition and subtraction, you are as fast as Sonic. Have a great day, boys and girls. Until next time,
I'm Mrs. Theophilus. Bye-bye now.
It's math time. Today's topic, comparing and ordering numbers. Let's go. First up, comparing numbers using the less than, greater than, and equal to signs. We use the less than sign when the first number is smaller than the second number. We use the greater than sign when the first number is larger than the second number. We use the equal to sign when the first number is the same as the second number. Let's put it to practice. Our first numbers are 518 and 518. Is 518 smaller than 518?
No.
Is 518 bigger than 518?
No.
Is 518 the same as 518?
Yes.
So what sign will we put in the circle?
Equal to.
Very good. Equal to. So this means that 518 is equal to 518. Let's move on to the next example. 2,103 and 2,013. Is 2,103 smaller than 2,013?
No.
Is 2,103 bigger than 2,013?
Yes.
So what sign will we put in the middle?
Greater than.
Can't hear you.
Greater than.
Greater than. Very good. This means that 2,103 is greater than 2,013. Last example, 49 and 94. Is 49 smaller than 94?
Yes.
Oops! Seems like we've got our answer already. What sign will we put in the middle?
Less than.
Less than. So that means that 49 is less than 94. And that's all to it for comparing numbers. Let's move on. Let's take a look at ordering numbers. As we learned in our drill video, we can arrange numbers in order in two ways. But for this slide, we want to arrange these numbers in order from least to greatest. What does least to greatest mean?
It means from the smallest number to the biggest number.
All right. Can you tell me what is the smallest number? Well, first, let's call the numbers.
47, 98, 60, 13, and 25.
Thank you very much. Can you tell us which number is the smallest number?
13.
13. Very good. So let's put 13 up as our first number. So I'm going to cross 13 out because we've already used it. Now, what is the next number in the sequence?
25.
25 it is. Very good. And so we're going to cross that one out. What's the smallest number now?
47.
Very good. 47. And let's cross that out, boys and girls. What's next?
60.
Very good. 60. And let's cross that out too. So that means our biggest number or our greatest number is?
98.
98. Wonderful job. Let's move on. For this slide, we have to arrange these numbers in order from greatest to least. Can you tell the boys and girls what it means to order from greatest to least?
It means from the greatest number to the smallest number.
All right. What is the biggest number here?
283.
Let's see if he's correct. 283. Very good. So let's cross that one out just so that we don't use it anymore. What's the next biggest number?
264.
Very good. So we can cross out 264. What will our next number be?
222.
Excellent job. And what's next?
215.
Very good. So that means our smallest number is 207. Way to go, Daniel. You did an excellent job. Boys and girls, that's it for today. I hope that you remembered and learned a whole lot about ordering numbers from least to greatest, greatest to least. And I hope that you also understand how to compare numbers using that greater than sign, that less than sign, and that equal to sign. If you watch this video to the very end, I'll show you some practice pages that you can use. Farewell. I've got some more practice pages just for you. To practice more comparing numbers and ordering numbers, you can go to pages 23 through 25 in your Bahamas Primary Mathematics textbook, Book 3. Have fun!
Welcome, grade 3, to Under the Sea with Mistress Theophilus and Ariel the Mermaid as we study place value. Here is a place value poem that can help you to remember the place of digits in a number. The ones are on the right. The tens are next in line. Move one more to the left for the hundreds every time. Let's go over it again. The ones are on the right. The tens are next in line. Move one more to the left for the hundreds every time. Let's begin by trying to find the place of a number versus the value of a number. Let's look at the chart in front of us. And so on this chart, which number do you see? 1,247. And so if you were asked to find the place of a digit in this number, if I say find the place of the 7 would be in the ones place. The 4 is in the tens place. The 2 is in the hundreds place. The 1 is in the thousands place. Now it's different when they ask you for the value of a number. When they ask you for the value of a digit, they want you to give them a number. How much is this worth? In the number 1,247, what is the value of the 1? The value of the 1 is 1,000. There's 1 in the thousands place. What's the value of the 2? The value of the 2 is 200. There's 200 space blocks there. What is the value of the 4? There are 4 base 10 blocks. 10, 20, 30, 40. So this is 40. The value of the 7 is 7. So please note that there is a difference between the place and the value. I can't stress that enough. Let's take a look at the three forms of a number, or three ways that you can write a number. The first way is standard form. When they ask you for standard form, they want you to give them a number. So in this instance, we have the number 346. A next way you can write a number is word form. That's when you take the number form and you write it using words. 346. And then we have the expanded form. And the expanded form is when you stretch that number out using the value of each digit. So, for example, the 3 in this number is valued 300, plus the 4 in this number is valued 40. The value of the 6 is 6. And so we stretch out the number by giving the value of each digit. So the three ways we can write a number: standard form, word form, and expanded form. Let's keep practicing. Here we have the standard form of the number 247. Then we have the word form 247. And here we have the expanded form where we found the value of each of the digits. The 2 is 200 plus the 4 is valued 40 plus the 7. So these are the three forms or three ways that you may be asked to write a number. Let's look at the three forms of this number. Here we have the standard form, 5,346. And then we have the word form, where we use words to write 5,346. And then we have the expanded form, where we find the value of each digit. And so the value of the 5 is 5,000, plus the value of the 3 is 300, plus the value of the 4, 40, and then we have the value of the 6. And so we stretch it out to get the expanded form of the number. That's it for now, boys and girls. You were great today. And remember to keep practicing your place value. Remember the three forms of a number: standard form, word form, and expanded form. And make sure that you can differentiate the difference between the place and the value of a number. Until next time, I'm Mistress Theophilus. Have a great day.
Hello, it's math time. Today's topic is finding the value of a digit. Let's get started. The value of a digit depends on the place or position of that digit in a number. We can use a place value mat to help us to determine the value of a number. Let's look at a few examples. Find the value of the digit 9 in this number. 9,053. First, let's get the columns' names up. Great. As we can see, the digit 9 is in the thousands column. That means that there are 9 thousands. Now, what does 9 thousands really look like? As you can see, it takes a bit longer to add 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000 all the way to 9,000. So we're simply going to say that 9,000 equals 9,000. The value of the 9 in this number is 9,000. Find the value of the digit 5 in this number, 675. You know what we're going to do first? Get those columns up. As we can see, the 5 is in the ones column. So that means that there are 5 ones. What does 5 ones look like? As you can see, we have 1 5 times and we add them together to get 5. But instead of doing all that adding, we just simply say 5 ones equals 5. It's just like your timetables. 5 times 1 equals 5. So the value of the 5 in this number is 5. Find the value of the digit 4 in this number, 5,421. First, we put up our columns. Now we look to see what place the underlying digit is in. The 4 is in the hundreds place. So that means that there are 4 hundreds. And what does 4 hundreds look like? There you go. But instead of doing all of that adding, let's just use our fingers and count by hundreds. 100, 200, 300, 400. So the value of the 4 in this number is 400. Find the value of the digit 6 in this number, 4,165. First thing we're going to do is to get our columns up. As we can see, the 6 is in the tens place. So that means that there are 6 tens. And what does 6 tens look like? 6 groups of 10. But instead of doing all of that adding, we just simply count by 10. And if you know how to count by 10, you know that 6 tens equals 60. Therefore, the value of the 6 in this number is 60. For this slide, you're going to need your sheet of paper and a pencil to practice on your own. Find the value of the digit 8 in this number. I want you to pause the video and then do it on your own, and when you're done, click play to see if you got it correct. Welcome back. Let's get to work. First things first, we put up our columns. Then we look to see what place or column the underlying digit is in. 8 is in the hundreds place. So that means that there are 8 hundreds. If we count in hundreds, 8 hundreds should give us 800. But just to be sure, let's use our fingers. Hold up 8 fingers and tap each one on your chin as we count in hundreds. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800. Excellent! So the value of the 8 in this number is 800. If you got that, awesome job! If you didn't, don't feel bad. Just rewind the video and play it again, and pay close attention this time. Well, that's it for today. I hope that you enjoyed this lesson, and I hope that finding the value of a digit is easier for you. Please watch this video to the end to make sure that you see the practice pages that you can do. Farewell! I forgot to mention that you can find more practices on finding the value of a digit on page 21 of the Bahamas Primary Mathematics Textbook, Book 3. Be sure to get it at your school or at a store, and practice, practice, practice.
Hello everyone, I'm so excited to see you. Welcome to another 6th grade math drill with Miss Antonia Bain. Let's get started. Let's take a look at the 5 math terms for the week. Term number 1. Polygon. A polygon is a flat shape with 3 or more sides and all sides connect. Term number 2. Symmetry. Symmetry is when one object or part of an object looks exactly alike after a slide, flip, or turn. A shape can have line symmetry or rotational symmetry. Term 3. Translation. Translation is the movement of an object over a distance. Another word for translation is slide. Let's look at these figures translate. Term 4. Reflection. A reflection is when an object is flipped across a line. It is also referred to as a mirror image. Another word for reflect is flip. Let's look at these objects reflect. Term 5. Rotation. A rotation is when an object turns around a center point. Another word for rotate is turn. Let's look at these objects rotate. Try to use these vocabulary words throughout the week. Polygon, symmetry, translation, reflection, rotation. Remember, practice them in your speech and writing.
Here's our decimal tip of the day from Mrs. Theophilus. Here are a few steps when adding or subtracting decimals. First, you line up the decimals, then you place your holder zeros, and then you are free to add or subtract as usual. Let's try one or two. Let's practice. So here we have 46 and 7/10 plus 2 and 89 hundredths. Now when we are to line up our decimals, we have to be sure to make sure that the two decimals are lined up underneath each other. Okay? Just like this. So we're going to write 46 and 7/10. And then we have to we're going to line up our decimal point for the second number here. And from the decimal point, we have a 2. And then we're going to put the 89. Okay, then we put our addition sign. And we're going to attempt to add. Now, that was the first step to make sure that we line up all the decimals. And then the second step told us that we must put 0 as a holder. And that means that where there's an empty space, like there's an empty space on the top of the 9, you just put a 0 there so that you know that that means nothing. And now you're going to add. So we have 0 plus 9 gives us 9. Then we have 7 plus 8 that gives us 15. So we put the 5 there, and we carry the 1 on the top. And then we have 1 plus 6 that gives us 7. And 7 plus 2 gives us our 9. And then we have our 4 right here that we're just going to bring down. And we're going to put our decimal in position. And so our answer is 49 and 59 hundredths. Excellent job, boys and girls. All right, so let's do some more practice. So here we have 35 and 6/10. Subtract 9 and 67 hundredths. So let's get that down. We're going to write 35 and with our decimal, 35 and 6/10. Subtract, and don't forget we put our decimal down first, so our decimal's lined up. And then we'll put the 9, and then we'll line up the 6, and then the 7. And remember, okay, let's draw our line. And then we put our 0 as a holder. So we're going to put our 0 here on top of the 7 where there's a space. And now we are free to subtract. And so from the looks of it, we know that 0 cannot take away 7. And so we have to rename this 6 with a 5. We borrowed 1 from the 6, and we made it 5. And so that 1 is going to go in the front of the 0 to make it 10. So 10 take away 7 is going to give us 3. And so now we're in the tenths column, and we see that 5 cannot take away 6. So now we must go over to the 5 and borrow. We're going to make that 5 a 4, and then we're going to put that 1 that we borrowed to make that 15. Now 15 take away 6 is going to give us 9. And just so that we do not forget, we're going to line up our decimal right here. We don't have to wait until the end. And so now we're here with 4 take away 9, and we know that 4 cannot take away 9. So we're going to rename this 3, or borrow from this 3, and we're going to make that a 2, and the 1 that we borrowed from it, we're going to put in the front of the 4, so now that we have 14. And our 14, we're going to say 14 take away 9. 14 take away 9 is going to give us 5. Very good. And so we have a 2 here that's going to take away nothing. And so we just put our 2 there. So what is our decimal, boys and girls? 25 and 93 hundredths. Very good. Excellent job. Great job today, boys and girls. Thank you for your excellent participation. And remember, continue to practice adding and subtracting with your decimals. See you soon.
Hello students, my name is Chantel Paul, reporting live from the desk of Supersonic Social Studies. Students, do you know that most of our Bahamian history is recorded in songs? Listen carefully to the song Woe to Pirates, sung by Linda Forbes, and see what you can learn.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm sorry for pirates. What would Rogers good do when he catch up with you? Pirates, whoa, whoa. In the Bahamas, whoa, 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 whoa. Who don't accept the pardon will hang or die in prison when he finish with you. Pirates sailed the seas, they had free travel, they made quick money, stealing goods from caravels. Pirates fought a lot, they lived a rugged life, they hardly saw children, parents or wife. They had laws of their own, they could be marooned. Oh, lawless pirates, oh, lawless pirates. Oh, lawless pirates, oh, lawless pirates. Pirates sailed the seas, they had free travel, they made quick money, stealing goods from caravels. Pirates fought a lot, they lived a rugged life, they hardly saw children, parents or wife. They had laws of their own, they could be marooned. Oh, lawless pirates, oh, lawless pirates. Oh, lawless pirates, oh, lawless pirates. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm sorry for pirates. What would Rogers good do when he catch up with you? Pirates, whoa, whoa. In the Bahamas, whoa, 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 whoa. Who don't accept a pardon will hang or die in prison when he finish with you. Fighting they came to harm, they lost eyes, legs, and arms. They fought to the death, to them it was no threat. Ain't all the misery they had, sometimes things got really bad. They got scurvy and other disease. They lived in unease, 'cause they were hunted on the seas. Oh, lawless pirates, oh, lawless pirates. Oh, lawless pirates, oh, lawless pirates. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm sorry for pirates. What would Rogers good do when he catch up with you? Pirates, whoa, whoa. In the Bahamas, whoa, 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 whoa. Who don't accept a pardon will hang or die in prison when he finish with you. Woodes Rogers was irate with all the pirates. He rebuilt Fort Nassau, offered many pardons. This was refused by the hardened. Freedom to those who accepted, others arrested. Oh, lawless pirates, oh, lawless pirates. Oh, lawless pirates, oh, lawless pirates. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm sorry for pirates. What would Rogers good do when he catch up with you? Pirates, whoa, whoa. In the Bahamas, whoa, 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 whoa. Who don't accept a pardon will hang or die in prison when he finish with you. No, no lawless pirates, no lawless pirates. No, no lawless pirates, no lawless pirates. Woodes Rogers, he finished with you. Expulsus, piratus, restituta, commercia. When pirates were expelled, trade was restored.
Hello students, my name is Miss Chantel Paul and welcome back to another session of Supersonic Social Studies. Today's lesson is Pirates and Buccaneers. By the end of the lesson, students will be able to 1. Define the topic's vocabulary. 2. Explain the difference between buccaneers and pirates. 3. State the advantages and disadvantages of being a pirate. 4. Discuss the effects of piracy on society. Buccan, meat preserved by curing, or the framework used for curing the meat. Buccaneer, people of the 17th century who were marooned and named after the meat that they sold. Cure, to preserve meat. The Caribs, a tribe of Indians, taught the buccaneers how to cure meat so that it would last longer in the hot climate. Marooned, to be left on a deserted island. Pirate, a person who lived on the sea capturing ships. Jolly Roger, or the Banner of King Death, is a name given to a pirate flag. Here is how buccaneers became pirates. Many, many, many years ago in the 17th century, a group of men and women, mostly English, French, and Dutch, were shipwrecked or marooned off the coast of Hispaniola. Today, the island of Hispaniola comprises of the country of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. On Hispaniola, Caribs, an Indian tribe, taught these Europeans how to cure meat. The Europeans sold the buccan to passing ships and became known as buccaneers. Later, the Spaniards chased the buccaneers off the island of Hispaniola, and the buccaneers became pirates, capturing Spanish ships. As there were male and female buccaneers, there were also male and female pirates. Here are a few of the pirates that favored the Caribbean. Edward Teach, also known as Blackbeard, he is known for having burning cords in his hair during battle to terrify his enemies. He was killed during battle with a government warship. Jack Rackham, also known as Calico Jack, he was captured and hanged. Stede Bonnet, former army officer whose ship was called the Revenge, he was also captured and hanged. Charles Vane, he attacked two of Woodes Rogers' ships. He was captured and hanged. Anne Bonny, she was born in Ireland but was never hanged because she was pregnant. Mary Read, she fought as a soldier in Europe and died of a fever in prison. What was good about being a pirate? Here are the advantages. They traveled a lot to many countries, and while they were traveling, they learned new culture and made new friends. They also captured and robbed ships and made a lot of money. The pirates were also lawless. They did not obey government rule. Pirates were criminals. Here are some disadvantages of being a pirate. They travel a lot, so they spent less time on land with their family and friends. Sometimes they got scurvy because they didn't have fresh fruit and vegetables. They had to fight a lot to earn a living. And in fighting, sometimes they were injured and some died. They were wanted by the government, so they were chased on the seas. And if they were caught, they were imprisoned or hanged. Expulsus paratus restituta commercia, which means when pirates were expelled, trade was restored. During the age of piracy, society was affected negatively. Because a lot of ships were captured, robbed, and stolen, people were afraid to travel. Trade decreased and crime increased. After pirates were expelled, trade increased, travel increased, countries made money, and economies started to flourish.
It's social studies time again, grade 6, and our topic for today is choosing a government. Do you remember what voting areas are called? Yes, constituencies. Constituencies are voting areas defined by Parliament. There are presently 39 constituencies in the Bahamas. Each constituent has the right to vote. However, there are some persons who are not allowed to vote. As a part of their punishment, prisoners are denied the right to vote. Mentally ill persons are also not allowed to vote. And anyone under the age of 18 is also not permitted to vote. Once you are eligible to vote, you should register your name and prove your citizenship. Then your name will be added to the voters list. Let's talk about Bahamian political parties. The Progressive Liberal Party was the first formal party formed in 1953. The United Bahamian Party was formed a bit later in 1958. Like most democratic countries, the Bahamas has two major political parties, the PLP and the FNM. Individuals not wishing to be a part of any political party can present themselves as independent candidates. Now let's go over the steps leading up to a general election here in the Bahamas. 1. Parliament is dissolved. Parliament must be dissolved 21 to 26 days before an election date is given. Step 2. Election day is announced. Elections are held every 5 years in the Bahamas. Step 3. Nomination day. On nomination day, candidates must submit their names and pay a deposit of money to the constituency office. If the candidate wins at least 1/6 of the votes in the constituency, the deposit is given back. Step 4. Campaigning for elections. Brightly colored posters can be seen at meetings or rallies held in each constituency. During this time, candidates tell the people about their future plans. Television and radio broadcasts, newspaper articles, as well as other social media platforms are used by candidates to set out their policies and persuade persons to vote for them. Step 5. Election day. Here's what happens. Voters go to the polling stations, show their voter's card as proof of registration, and then their name is crossed off the voters list. The voter is then given a special ballot, dips his or her thumb in the indelible ink, and enters the polling booth. There, the voter marks an X beside the name of the candidate of their choice. The ballot is then folded and dropped into the ballot box. When the polling station closes, the votes are counted for the first time. This is called the preliminary return. Votes are counted in front of many people to make sure there is no cheating. A few days later, the votes are counted again to double-check the results. The party that wins the most constituencies wins the election. Here in the Bahamas, elections are usually peaceful. Voters exercise their right to choose a leader with little or no trouble.
Hey there, boys and girls. Today, you'll be learning all about directions. We're going to focus on cardinal and intermediate points. Are you ready? Click start. Do you know why directions are so important? Directions are used to determine where things are in relation to other things. Directions help us to read a map by helping to trace the path from one place to another. It's usually measured in terms of cardinal points: north, south, east, and west. These are the main 4 points found on a map, compass, and even your GPS. Click below if you're ready to learn more. When we think about directions, there's 4 important terms we should know. We should know about cardinal points, intermediate points, compass rose, and the compass. You can click on each treasure chest to reveal their contents. When you're done, click the button to move on. Cardinal points are the 4 main directions or points of the compass: north, east, south, and west. These directions are also written in short form as N for north, E for east, S for south, and W for west. North and south are directed towards the north and south poles of the earth. To help us remember our cardinal points, there's a silly sentence that says, "Never eat soggy waffles." And that's the way we move. We start at north and go clockwise until we reach west. N for north, we say never. E for east, we say eat. S for south, we say soggy, and W for west, we say waffles. Remember it, never eat soggy waffles. Intermediate points refer to the directions found between each cardinal point. There are 4 intermediate points: northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. They all have short forms as well. Intermediate points are also known as ordinal points. A compass rose, sometimes called a wind rose, is a figure we see on a compass, map, or a nautical chart. It is used to display those cardinal and intermediate directions we just read about. A compass is a tool for finding direction. A simple compass is a magnetic needle mounted on a pivot or short pin. The needle, which can spin freely, points to the direction you are facing. The pivot is attached to a compass rose card that displays all of those directional points. Both cardinal and intermediate directional points are on your compass rose card. That's all for today, kids. And remember, directions are important. Where are you headed next? I hope it's to check out the lesson on directions.
Hello, boys and girls. Today, we are going to talk about enforcing the laws of the Bahamas. Two groups of people that helps to enforce the laws of the Bahamas are the Royal Bahamas Police Force and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Boys and girls, I know you are asking that question. Why do we need law enforcers? Let's think. Well, we need law enforcers to make sure that the laws are obeyed. Yes. People who break the law are committing a crime. Let's talk about our first group of law enforcers, the Royal Bahamas Police Force. The Royal Bahamas Police Force was established March 1st, 1840. The duty of the Royal Bahamas Police Force is to arrest people who commit a crime and bring them before the court. Boys and girls, the police work long hours, both day and night, so that law-abiding citizens can feel safe and secure. Police officers are trained at the Royal Bahamas Police Training College on the island of New Providence, Bahamas. Once you have completed your training at the police college, you will graduate with the rank of constable. The rank of constable is the lowest rank on the Royal Bahamas Police Force. The highest position in the police force is commissioner. He or she is in charge of the entire force. The second group of law enforcers are the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. The Royal Bahamas Defense Force was created in 1979 by an Act of Parliament, but it was later founded in the year 1980. The duties of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force are: number 1, to defend the Bahamas. Number 2, protect the Bahamas and its territorial integrities. Number 3, patrol its waters. And last, provide assistance in the time of disasters. Remember, boys and girls, the two groups of law enforcers we talked about today were the Royal Bahamas Police Force and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. We must always be good citizens and abide by the law, so that we can be safe and secure. Bye-bye, boys and girls. It was really awesome talking to you today.
The planet Earth is a huge sphere. Imaginary lines across the Earth help us to find specific locations on the map. These lines are measured in degrees because they are angular. Lines that run left to right are called lines of latitude or latitude lines. Latitude lines extend from the center or main line known as the equator. The equator is in the center and is located at 0 degree latitude. It splits the Earth into hemispheres, a north hemisphere and a south hemisphere. If we move either up or down from the equator, our distance and angle increases. Eventually, we will reach either the North or South Pole, which is located exactly 90 degrees to the equator. But if we start at the equator and slowly travel north, we will come across the Tropic of Cancer, located at 23.5 degrees north. If we travel the same distance south, we will come across the Tropic of Capricorn. Everything located between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn is known as the tropics. The Tropic of Cancer runs through Great Exuma and Long Island. Longitude lines are imaginary lines that run up and down the Earth and connects the North Pole to the South Pole. The most important longitude line is called the prime meridian and is located at longitude 0 degrees. It separates the Earth into western and eastern hemispheres. Did you know that a long time ago, many countries had its own prime meridian? In 1884, a group of scientists, navigators, and businessmen made Greenwich, England, the official worldwide meridian. Just like with the equator, the further away you travel from the prime meridian, the higher your longitude becomes until you reach 180 degrees. So, now that we know all about longitude and latitude lines, let's find the Bahamas. Here we are. Which hemisphere can the Bahamas be found? Northern or southern? Which hemisphere can the Bahamas be found now? Western or eastern? Using your knowledge of latitude and longitude lines, where is the Bahamas? The Bahamas can be found between latitude 20 degrees north and latitude 28 degrees north, and between longitude 72 degrees west and 80 degrees west.
Chapter 14, Membership of Caribbean Organizations. If people live close together in a community, whether it is in a village, a town, a country, or a group of countries, they can help each other by working together. They cooperate often by forming local, regional, and international organizations. Countries of the Caribbean have always been closely linked. Today, this togetherness is continued with our membership of CARICOM and other Caribbean organizations. CARICOM is short for Caribbean Community and Common Market. It came into being on July 4th, 1973 with the Treaty of the Chaguaramas. The Bahamas became a member on July 4th, 1983. Here are the main aims of CARICOM: to encourage free trade between member countries, to cooperate in economic development, to coordinate foreign policies, to find solutions to problems facing the members of CARICOM, to exchange information and work together, particularly in areas of health, education, sports, and communications. Member countries also work together when there is a natural disaster, like a hurricane or an earthquake. The Bahamas also joins with other members of CARICOM to promote the export of selected goods. The countries of CARICOM are represented in several conferences and councils. The Conference of Heads of Government. This conference, which is held once a year, is attended by the prime ministers or presidents of the CARICOM countries. All major decisions are made at this conference. The CARICOM flag is flown during the period of the conference. The Common Market Council of Ministers. These ministers are responsible for trade between CARICOM countries. The Secretariat. The Secretariat is headed by the Secretary General of CARICOM. It is responsible for the daily running of CARICOM. It arranges meetings and decides which services are to be given to member states. The offices of the Secretariat are located in Georgetown, Guyana. Other councils of ministers. These are other groups of ministers who look after activities other than trade, for example, cooperation in agriculture, education, culture, or finance. The Caribbean Tourism Organization, or CTO, has more members than CARICOM. It helps to promote each member state worldwide through trade shows and exhibitions. CTO's promotions encourage tourists to visit and enjoy our islands. The Caribbean Tourism Organization collects information about tourists and hotels throughout the region and trains people in the tourist industry. The head office is situated in Barbados. Did you know that there are 15 member countries of CARICOM? Can you list 4 of them? Here is that list again. Do you know which country is the largest country in CARICOM? It's Guyana.
Chapter 15, The Commonwealth of Nations. The countries that were once part of the British Empire have always had a common bond. Even though they are scattered all over the world, their links with each other enable them to cooperate. This relationship continues today through membership of the Commonwealth of Nations. The 60th anniversary of the London Declaration was marked on the 26th of April 2009, when the modern Commonwealth was born. The Commonwealth strives for equal rights of men and women, world peace. It also aims to reduce ignorance, disease, and poverty in its member countries. The Commonwealth of Nations has 53 member countries that support each other, working towards shared goals in democracy and development. A total of 2.2 billion people of different races, religions, languages, and colors live in these countries. Every 4 years, the Commonwealth Games is held in one of the member countries. The Commonwealth of Nations began in 1949. The head of the Commonwealth is Queen Elizabeth II. In 1965, the Commonwealth Secretariat was set up to supply information to the member states, arrange special meetings, coordinate activities, and also arrange for students to travel from one country to another for specialist training. The head of the Commonwealth Secretariat, based in London, is the Secretary General, who is elected by the Commonwealth member states. Each country provides money to keep the Secretariat running. The heads of the member states meet regularly at a special Commonwealth conference called the Commonwealth Heads of Government Meeting, CHOGM, attended by the Queen. Here, the heads of state share their views and agree on new plans for Commonwealth cooperation. The Commonwealth and youth. The Commonwealth has a special interest in its young people and in showing them how important it is to work together. This interest is celebrated on Commonwealth Day on the second Monday in March. On this day, schools of member countries learn more about the Commonwealth through assemblies, projects, and guest speakers. A special message from the Queen is read out to the school children. All right, grade 5, are you ready for a true and false? Hope you were listening. Let's get started. The Commonwealth has 53 member countries. Is this true or false? The answer is true. Second, the Queen Elizabeth I is the head of the Commonwealth. Is this true or false? This is false. Queen Elizabeth II is the head of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth of Nations was created only for equal rights. True or false? This is false. It was created for equal rights and for world peace. It also aims to reduce ignorance, disease, and poverty in its member countries. Last but not least, CHOGM is short for Commonwealth Heads of Government Meeting. True or false? This is true.
We've all heard about Disney World, but not many of us managed to get there. Shakia was lucky. She traveled there with her family this summer. When she got back home, the first thing she did was call her friend Jonathan to tell him all about the trip.
What was it like? Tell me, man. I want to hear all about it.
Everything was great. We had such an exciting time, Jonathan. I wish you could have come too. My brothers and I went crazy over the rides and all the sights. You know all the cartoon characters we watch every Saturday on TV? They're all there at Disney World. People dress up in costumes as Mickey and Minnie Mouse and Pluto and Donald Duck and all the rest, and we could go up to them and talk to them.
What about all the rides we hear about?
The rides are fantastic. It took Mom and Dad ages to drag us away from our favorites, Big Thunder Mountain and Space Mountain.
Did you visit any places?
Yes, we went to the Epcot Center and the MGM Studios. Can you imagine a movie screen that goes all around the room? Man, I never thought I could go to France, Spain, China, and Britain all in one vacation. But we did, and then we spent a whole day at SeaWorld looking at life under the sea.
How was the trip to get there? You haven't been on an airplane before, have you?
Oh, once the plane took off, I really enjoyed the trip. What I liked best up north was looking down at our islands from the air. I really saw then, for the first time, how beautiful our country is. We had a bit of excitement at the airport before we took off. We had to pass through a checkpoint. As my mother passed through, there was a loud ping-ping noise and the lights started flashing. The security officer stopped her and she had to empty her purse. And out came her fingernail file. Mom was really upset because the man took it away from her. Dad told us that the security officers have to check that no one is carrying a weapon or anything that could be used to hijack a plane. Mom only cheered up after Dad said he'd buy her another fingernail file when we got back home.
Where did you stay in Florida?
We had rooms in a lovely hotel in Orlando. It had a swimming pool too. You know, Jonathan, we're always being told that we must be friendly to tourists who came to our islands. Well, we were the tourists in Florida, and everyone was so warm and friendly. They all said, "Have a nice day," all the time. We felt right at home.
Did you buy anything while you were there?
Did we buy anything? From the hotel, we were able to walk straight out into a shopping mall. Mom went crazy and bought us a lot of new clothes. I bought this t-shirt for you. I hope it fits. I bought you a little souvenir from Disney World too, but I am not done unpacking my suitcase yet.
It was kind of you to think about me when you were doing so many exciting things. I wonder if I can get my parents to take us to Florida next year.
We got all teachers, time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen to what you have to say. They're the ones who's coming up, and the world is in their hands. When you teach the children, teach them the very best you can.
Hello students, my name is Chantel Paul. Welcome back to another session of Supersonic Social Studies. Our topic for today is Higher Education for Bahamians. By the end of this video, the students will be able to 1. Define the topic's vocabulary. 2. Identify institutions of higher education in the Bahamas. 3. List and locate countries where Bahamians obtain higher education. 4. Discuss the importance of higher education to a developing nation and to individuals. Before we explore the topic higher education for Bahamians, let's build a background. Suppose your teacher asks you to write an expository essay on a job or career that you would like to have as an adult. Which job is it? Give 3 reasons why you would like this job. State how you would get this job. Many of you may have chosen careers that may require you to get higher education. Let's find out what higher education is all about. Higher education. Higher education is education after secondary or high school. This means you will either attend a college or a university to obtain more learning. Campus, the grounds and buildings of a university or college. Abroad. Abroad means in or to a foreign country. Bahamians may travel to several countries to receive a higher education. Some of these countries include the USA, the UK, Canada, Jamaica, Barbados, and Trinidad and Tobago, Cuba, and China. Degree. A degree is a qualification awarded to students upon successful completion of a course of study. The University of the Bahamas is the national public institute of higher education in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Its main campus is located in Oaksfield on University Boulevard and Ponciana Drive on the island of New Providence. A smaller campus is located in Freeport, Grand Bahama. Many students who have graduated from high school go here. They are young and eager to learn special skills before they join the country's workforce. Students can obtain degrees in different careers. For example, education, business administration, nursing, and agricultural science, also known as farming. The University of the Bahamas was formerly known as College of the Bahamas, or COB. It is the main institution of higher education in the Bahamas. Another higher education institute is the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute, or BTVI. Students can obtain degrees in different careers at both institutes. Other students are adults who are already employed or run their own businesses, and some come from other countries to study here. Many students do well at school, but not everyone has the money to pay for higher education. So the government helps by paying some of the fees for the students to study at the University of the Bahamas or abroad, which means in other countries around the world. Students are provided with scholarships to get higher education. Students who are given such help are usually expected to return to the Bahamas to work for a given length of time. Many Bahamians who want to pursue a career in medicine usually go to the University of the West Indies. The main campus of this university is located in Mona, Jamaica, but there are also other campuses in Trinidad and Barbados. Many graduates of our high schools and the University of the Bahamas travel abroad for higher education. This is important because we are a small country and we do not have all the resources for a complete education. By resources, we mean teaching facilities and instructors. For example, students who want a career in medicine, architecture, agriculture, biochemistry, or law may have to travel abroad to further their degrees. What are the benefits of higher education? Why is higher education necessary? Higher education helps employers and employees to do their jobs better. It helps employees to earn better wages or pay. A well-trained workforce helps to develop a country. A country also saves money when it does not have to hire foreign specialists. Good students read many books and complete all assignments. They always listen to their teachers and parents. They do not watch a lot of television or spend many
Wake up
hours
in
playing
the
video
morning,
games.
no more sleeping in bed. No more back to thinking, time for thinking ahead. world has changed so very much what it used to be. There's so much hatred, war and poverty. Oh, wake up all teachers, time to teach 'em.
Hello students, my name is Miss S. Paul. Welcome to Supersonic Social Studies. In today's video, we will be revising hurricanes. By the end of this video, as students, you'll be able to 1. Define hurricane and related terms. 2. Explain the importance of various emergency supply items. 3. Describe the dangers associated with hurricanes. 4. Discuss how organizations assist before, during, and after a hurricane. A hurricane is a huge storm with torrential rain and violent winds of 74 miles per hour or more. Hurricanes are named in alphabetical order using male and female names. The letters Q, U, X, Y, and Z are not used. The names of especially severe or devastating storms are permanently retired from use. Hurricanes form off the coast of the continent of Africa. They are measured on the Saffir-Simpson scale according to wind speed. This scale also shows the level of damage that may be expected for each category of storm. Loose items may become projectiles in the strong winds. Winds may also uproot trees, snap utility poles, and destroy roofs and buildings. The development of a hurricane is divided into 4 stages. They are tropical disturbance, tropical depression, tropical storm, and a full-fledged hurricane. Hurricanes form when the right ingredients are in place. These include warm sea surface temperatures, moisture, and light winds. Meteorologists are scientists who record and study weather patterns. They track storms and provide the public with updates to remain prepared and safe when there is a storm. A storm or hurricane alert means an area in the Bahamas might be affected by storm conditions within 60 hours. A hurricane watch means some parts of the Bahamas may experience storm or hurricane conditions within 48 hours. A hurricane warning means a hurricane or storm is expected within 36 hours. You can use your battery-operated radio from your emergency supplies kit or your mobile phones to remain updated with these developments. Here's your first trivia question. What would be the next hurricane name in the list? Linda, Nathan, Ophelia, Peter, blank. Is it Paulette, Quentin, Rosemary, or Richard? If you answered Rosemary, you are correct. The strong winds may result in storm tide and surges, causing flooding, coastal erosion, and in some cases sinkholes. These, along with heavy rain, can result in flooding as well as water sources becoming contaminated. Water then has to be boiled or treated with bleach to help clean it. The Atlantic hurricane season is from June 1st to November 30th. Your family's emergency supplies should be ready at the beginning or before this period. Look at the emergency supplies. Each item has a special purpose to assist you during or after a hurricane or storm. Do you know the purpose of each item? It should also be noted that hurricanes can form outside of the season if weather conditions are favorable. NEMA, the National Emergency Management Agency, and other organizations help us to prepare for and remain safe during and after national disasters. This includes, but is not limited to, an uninterrupted supply of utilities, relief supplies, shelter, protection, assistance with evacuation, and restoration of utilities if they are disrupted. Here's your second trivia question. Sandbags, furniture lifts, and evacuating to higher ground reduces the danger or damage of blank. If you said flooding, your answer is correct. Here are a few social and environmental effects of hurricanes. Damages can reach in the billions. Government may spend a lot of money repairing inland infrastructure and coastline infrastructure, such as seawalls, docks, and harbors. Water may become contaminated and result in illness or death. Citizens may become uncomfortable due to the lack of utilities, which can be disrupted anywhere from hours to months. There can also be a population shift or increase or decrease of the number of people living in communities due to evacuation or devastation of that particular community. In the event of a hurricane, keep these thoughts in mind. Before the storm, complete all preparations and follow precautionary advice given. Evacuate when directed to do so. After the storm, stay inside until the all clear is given. If you follow these directions, you can reduce damage to property and prevent injury or loss of life.
Hello, grade 5, and welcome to your social studies lesson. Today, we're going to be talking about immigration to other countries. I hope you're ready to take a trip around the world. Let's go. Alrighty, let's get started. I know you're probably wondering, well, what in the world is immigration? Well, to simply put it, immigration is the international movement of a person or people from one country to another. Do you know anybody who has immigrated? Tell me about it. Today, we're going to learn about persons who migrated from their country to come to the Bahamas for a better life. If you look on the right hand side of the screen, the very first flag you're going to see is the Haitian flag. The second flag is the flag of the People's Republic of China, and the third flag is the Greek flag. Over many years, persons from these countries have come to the Bahamas to develop a better way of life. Many of them opened restaurants, started businesses, became teachers and lawyers, and even doctors. Let's find out more. Click the enter button to go to the next slide.
The first country we're going to talk about is Greece. Remember, the Grecian flag is blue and white with stripes and a cross in the upper left-hand corner. Many people from Greece came to work in the sponging industry here in the Bahamas. However, due to the sponges getting a disease, the industry came to a screeching halt. After a while, they opened many restaurants and construction companies. You can identify Greeks by their last name, such as Moscow, like Moscow Realty, Pisclanus, and Malice. The second country we're going to speak about today is Haiti. Many early settlers of Haitian descent came to the Bahamas and became lawyers and business people within the community. Many Haitians today work as tailors, laborers, or gardeners. The descendants have surnames such as Pierre or Saint Louis. The last country we're going to speak about is the People's Republic of China. During the 1940s, many Chinese individuals came to the Bahamas for a better living. Many of them own and operate Chinese restaurants, food stores, furniture stores, and laundry. Some Chinese names are Wang, Shay, Tai, Li, Ching, and Lim.
Chapter 19 On Vacation in Canada. This lesson is about the Pierres, a family who lives in Canada and are taking a vacation in their country. This is called domestic tourism. Let's find out about Canada and the Pierres' vacation. By the end of the lesson, the students will be able to 1. Locate Canada on a world map or globe and locate places in Canada using directions. 2. Define the terms bilingual and forest reserve. 3. Compare and contrast the geographical and political facts of the Bahamas and Canada. 4. Discuss the benefits of being bilingual and the benefits of having forest reserves. Canada is located in the northern and western hemispheres. The climate of Canada varies from temperate in the south to mostly subarctic to Arctic in the north. If you take a look at the globe, you will notice that Canada is near the North Pole. The west coast of Canada touches the Pacific Ocean and its east coast touches the Atlantic Ocean. Canada is located on the continent of North America. Here are some quick facts about Canada. Ottawa is the capital city of Canada. Canada's government is a constitutional monarchy or democracy. The currency of Canada is the Canadian dollar. English and French are the official languages of Canada. The vocabulary words for Chapter 19 are bilingual, peninsula, forest reserve, plateau, erosion, mountain, sleeping bag, s'mores. Bilingual, speaking two languages. In the picture, you would notice that the girl asks the boy in French, "Do you speak French?" And the boy answers in English, "Yes, I speak French." So being able to speak and understand two languages means you are bilingual. Peninsula, a piece of land almost surrounded by water or projecting out into a body of water. To the upper right is the Gaspe or Gaspe Peninsula. where the Pierres are taking their vacation in Canada. To the lower right is the Florida Peninsula, one that many Bahamians are familiar with because we travel there frequently. Forest Reserve. A forest reserve is a part of a forest that is protected by the government. In the Bahamas, we call these places protected by the government land and sea parks. Here's a picture of a gorgeous view of the mountains in Canada. Mountain, a large natural elevation of the Earth's surface, rising abruptly from the surrounding level. Erosion, the gradual destruction of the Earth's surface by wind, water, or ice. To the right there are three inserts. The first shows erosion from the sea. The second is erosion in the desert, more than likely by wind. And the third shows erosion due to heavy rainfall. Plateau, a wide area of fairly level land. Some plateaus have been formed by erosion. Sleeping bag, a large bag made of warm fabric used for sleeping while camping. Now the sleeping bags are what the Pierres utilized while they were on vacation in the Canadian Forest Reserve. While vacationing in the Forest Reserve, the Pierre family also made s'mores. S'mores, dessert made by putting roasted marshmallows and pieces of chocolate between two crackers. The Canadian Forest Reserve has a variety of trees. Some of the trees the Pierres could identify were spruce, cedar, and birch. The family also saw beavers, deer, caribou, foxes, and minks. Forest reserves are important because they provide an environment to help conserve or save natural resources. The natural resources are plants and animals, the soil, bodies of water, and the air. Forest reserves also allow for species to reproduce and grow in their natural habitats. This can help to reduce some species from becoming threatened or endangered. Forest reserves further provide an environment to protect species from poaching. Poachers are persons who hunt or fish illegally, either without a license or out of season. Poaching is a crime. The catch of poachers is confiscated, and they may be fined and or imprisoned. If animals are allowed to reproduce and grow, this means that your children and grandchildren will be able to enjoy these resources in the future. Hello students and welcome back to another session of Supersonic Social Studies. My name is Chantel Paul and our topic for today is our trading partners. By the end of the video, the students will be able to 1. Define the chapter's vocabulary. 2. Locate countries on a world map. 3. Discuss advantages and disadvantages of trading. 4. Understand that trade impacts economies. Before we begin, let us review what we already know about the topic. Here's a scenario. Sammy and Jaden are about to enjoy their lunch break. Sammy's mother packed a sandwich, an apple, some Oreo cookies, and 3 icy Capri Sun juices. Jaden usually brings money, so he asked Sammy to exchange the juice for his potato chips or sell it to him for $1. The boys traded. Exchanging products or buying and/or selling a product is called trade. The keywords for Chapter 12 are export, import, trade, service, trading partner, country of origin. Import. The prefix "im" means into. The base word "port" means town or city within a country. Import. To buy from another country. Export. The prefix "ex" means out of. The base word "port" means town or city within a country. Export. To sell to another country. Trade. The buying and selling of goods or items. Service. Something that can be sold but is not goods. For example, banking, insurance, and tourism. Country of origin. This is the country where someone or something comes from. Trading partner. A country that exchanges goods with another country. The Bahamas imports many of the items we need from the USA, which has plenty of natural resources, raw materials, and labor to make manufactured goods. But we also buy goods from other countries, including but not limited to Japan, Brazil, Canada, Britain, Switzerland, New Zealand, and Australia. Most of the cars on our streets were made in Japan or the USA. Much of the food that we eat comes from the USA and Canada. We also trade with a number of other CARICOM countries. We'll learn more about these countries in Chapter 14. All countries must have something to sell in order to buy or import those things they need but cannot produce themselves. If they have too much of anything, they can export it. The buying and selling of goods is called trade. In the Bahamas, we are not able to manufacture or make much for export. Instead, we sell our services to the world through tourism and banking. The USA is our main export market. Because the Bahamas is close to the USA, which has a large population, many Americans use our services. In return, the Bahamas imports many of those products it needs from the USA. This means we are trading partners. Here are some reasons why tourism is sold by the Bahamas. The climate of the Bahamas is mostly tropical. It is generally sunny all year round. The Bahamas can promote many different islands and keys. We have more than 700. Our beautiful beaches and friendly people attract visitors from around the globe. The Bahamas is located close to the USA, our main trading partner, and it's also close to Canada. After tourism, the second most important service exported by the Bahamas is its banking services. Almost all the major international banks have an office in the Bahamas. They bring income to the Bahamas. One export that is unique to the Bahamas is cascarilla bark, which is used in making a drink called Campari, a kind of rum. Other items for export can be just the first stage in a manufacturing process. Trade allows countries to obtain needed goods and services. It helps them to make more money. It also helps them to maintain a friendly relationship with other countries. Natural resources are conserved. It creates jobs in the producing countries and it allows countries to buy products at a cheaper price. Some disadvantages of trading. Countries spend a lot of money on imports and sometimes still receive inferior quality of goods. Countries may become more dependent on allies for particular goods. Should an ally withdraw its services, the unemployment numbers in the dependent country will rise. Producing countries can also exhaust their resources if they're not careful. Discussion and research for cooperative groups. Number 1. Can you name 2 international banks in the Bahamas? Number 2. How does the Bahamas earn or make money from its banking services? Number 3. Analyze the graph and table on page 63 to determine which goods the Bahamas has too much of or too little of. By the end of this video, the students will be able to define the topic's vocabulary, locate Trinidad and Tobago on a map of the Caribbean and a map of the world, sequence the rice farming process, compare and contrast Trinidad and the Bahamas. Hindu, a follower of the religion of Hinduism. Sickle, a tool with a curved blade used for cutting crops. Ethnic group, people with a shared identity, or a community or population made up of people who share a common cultural background or descent. Patois, a form of language, especially French, or a dialect of a particular region. Also, informal speech used by a particular social group. You may pause the video here so that you can discuss these facts about Trinidad. Trinidad and Tobago is a melting pot of ethnic groups. These include the Indians, Africans, multiracial, non-Dogla or Dogla, the Dogla or Dogla Indian Africans, indigenous Amerindians, Europeans, Chinese, Arabs, and the Hispanics or Latinos. Some ethnic groups speak Spanish, French, Creole, and French patois. British influence is seen in the dress, speech, dances, and songs. The major festival of Trinidad and Tobago is Carnival. Pause the video here and read the story of the Singh family who are rice farmers in Trinidad. Then come back and discuss the bullets here. Pause the video here and discuss the rice farming process in your groups or with your teacher. You may also view a rice farming video on YouTube. Let's find out how Trinidad and the Bahamas are like. We will examine their similarities in government structure, economic and resources, and geography. Trinidad and Bahamas have many similarities, but they are also different. Pause the video here to discuss these differences. Also, look at a map of Trinidad and the Bahamas in your school atlas.
Our Commonwealth is loaded with great talent, especially in the area of music. Did you know that some of the big name artists that we know today were born in one of the Commonwealth countries? Well, sit back as we, the students of grade 1, tell you a thing or two. Hailing from the beautiful island of Barbados is a young lady by the name of Robin Fenty. You may know her as Rihanna. Over the years, she has gotten plenty awards, and in 2012, Time magazine named her as one of the top 100 most influential people in the world. Wow, I wish I could be that important someday. Stay with me, you're all I need. That's one of my favorite songs now. Did you know that a singer, Sam Smith, is from a 1 hour Commonwealth nation too? That's right. Samuel Smith was born in the United Kingdom. And in 2015, he left the Grammys with almost every award. His rise to fame and popularity came quick. That guy can really sing. I know I'm not the only one. Now, I don't care what you say about this boy from Canada, but he is so cute. Justin Bieber was born in Canada and became one of the most popular artists, and he was only 13 years old. He too has won many awards and was named Artist of the Year in 2010. Baby, 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 oh. But you know what? We're not done yet. Onika Mirage also comes from a Commonwealth country. You don't know who Nika Mirage is? Okay, let me give you a hint. Got it now? It's Nicki Minaj. She was born in Trinidad and Tobago. That's right. She is from a little island just like me. Now we can't end this without taking a look at our stars right here in the Bahamas. You know that song we like to dance to? That Caribbean slide? That's from our very own Julian Believe from the 242. Julian has performed at many events, and his song Believe is such a good motivator. He is making sure that the Bahamas is not left behind on the pop music scene around the world. The young people of our Commonwealth is truly amazing. I am so happy that we are a part of the Commonwealth of Nations. I am a part of this new generation with new ideas.
A map is a flat drawing of the Earth. It is a representation of a location, usually drawn on a flat surface. It is a visual of a much larger area. Maps are used to find location. There are many types of maps. This is a treasure map. It shows the location of a treasure chest. This is a map of someone's bedroom. It shows the location of different objects in the bedroom. This is a map of Spanish bells. A globe is a sphere. It is a round object that shows a map of the Earth. It is a small model of the Earth. Globes, just like maps, are used to find location. You can find locations around the world. Looking at a globe is like looking at the Earth from outer space. At the top of the globe, you can find the North Pole. At the bottom of the globe, you can find the South Pole. Halfway around the globe is an imaginary line that goes all the way around the Earth called the equator. It divides the world in half. There's a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere. The Bahamas is located in the northern hemisphere. So, how are they alike? They are both small representations of a larger area. They can be used to find locations. How are they different? Maps are flat and globes are round. Maps are portable. A globe cannot be carried easily. You cannot fold it.
Hello, boys and girls, and welcome to MAD Science. MAD stands for Mastering and Discovering Science. On today's episode, we're going to explore the world of cells. Did you know that all living things are made of cells? Yes, from the tiniest plant to the enormous whale are all made of cells. What are cells and why are they important? Cells are the basic unit or structure of life. Cells are important because they help all living things undergo 7 life processes. These life processes are movement, breathing, growth, feeding, reproduction, excretion, and responding to a stimulus. Now, boys and girls, let's now look at some similarities found in both plant and animal cells. Both plant and animal cells have a nucleus. The nucleus is also called the brain of the cell. The job of the nucleus is to control all of the cell's activities. A second similarity found in both plant and animal cells is the cell membrane. This structure is responsible for controlling what enters and what leaves the cell. Another structure found in both plant and animal cells is the vacuole. The job of the vacuole is to store food, water, and waste. And lastly, one structure found in both plant and animal cells is the cytoplasm. The cytoplasm is the jelly-like substance that holds all the cell organelles together. Boys and girls, let's now look at some differences of plant and animal cells. Plant cells are the only cells that have a cell wall. The job of the cell wall is to give the plant its structure or its shape. Another difference found between plant and animal cells are plant cells are the only living things that have chloroplast. The chloroplast is used to house chlorophyll, which is a green pigment that gives plants its green color. So you see, boys and girls, there are some similarities and some differences found in both plant and animal cells.
Germs all around us, the immune system protects us. Germs all around us, the immune system protects us. Yes, boys and girls, today's lesson is on the immune system. This system is responsible for helping the body fight illnesses and diseases. What makes up the immune system? We have organs, tissues, and cells. How does bacteria and virus affect the body? Bacteria and viruses enter the body in large amounts, giving off poisons that causes disease. This upsets the normal function of the body. Please note, boys and girls, that not all infections come from a virus. Some persons are born with certain illness. However, bacteria release poison that injure and kill cells in the body. Viruses reproduce inside cells and destroy the cells. Once white blood cells sense that there is an invader, they begin to multiply, boys and girls. These are the defenders of our body. Yes, the white blood cells defend the body. The white blood cells increase when the body is infected or overrun by bacteria or viruses. These white blood cells multiply, and what do? They trap the bacteria. When the bacteria is trapped, they let out poisons that sometimes kill some of the white blood cells. The white blood cells that are left over are dead, and what happens is they turn into yellow material called pus. Some white blood cells make a chemical called antibodies. These destroy the poisons made by bacteria. Sometimes medicines are used to fight off viruses. HIV and AIDS destroy the immune system. When our bodies cannot fight off viruses and bacteria, medicine is used. Also remember, boys and girls, getting immunized is also important. It is one way that we can protect our bodies from certain viruses. Using illegal drugs are dangerous. They destroy brain cells and reduce the body's ability to fight off diseases and can lead to death. Marijuana and cocaine are very dangerous, and they can affect the immune and nervous system. So remember, boys and girls, we must protect our immune system. We don't want our brain cells to be destroyed. We want our body to be able to fight off diseases if necessary. And we definitely don't want to die. Other things we can do, we can remember to eat our fruits and vegetables, drink plenty water, take our bush medicine if necessary, and last but not least, don't forget to get immunized, boys and girls. So let's continue to protect our immune system. Germs are all around us. The immune system protects us. Germs all around us. The immune system protects us.
Welcome, my little scientists. Today, we're going to be talking about arthropods. An arthropod is a Greek word meaning joint and foot. It is an invertebrate animal having an exoskeleton, a segmented body, and jointed legs. There are many types of arthropods, but today we're going to focus on crustaceans. Woo! Our vocabulary words for today are invertebrate, crustacean, exoskeleton, and regenerate. These words are very important as they help us to understand about today's topic, crustaceans. Invertebrate, organisms with a hard outer covering. Crustacean, a hard shell organism. Exoskeleton, a hard outer covering of a living organism. And regenerate means that an organism regrows a lost part. And another reminder, as little scientists, you know that organisms are any living things. Have you ever eaten a crustacean? You have if you've eaten shrimp, crab, or lobster. What are some of your favorite native dishes to eat? Is it crab and dough? Crab and rice? Yum! Cracked lobster? And although it's not native, many of us like our shrimp fettuccine. Arthropods that have two body sections and two pairs of antennas are called crustaceans. They include invertebrates such as lobster, shrimp, crab, krill, spiny lobster, and soldier crabs. The hard outer covering is called an exoskeleton.
The exoskeleton protects the organs inside the animal's body. It also prevents the loss of water from the body. The skeleton does not grow, it molts. To molt means to shed the outer body covering. Crustaceans use gills to breathe and they reproduce by laying eggs. The eggs are laid in water and the young crustaceans that hatch do not look like the adult. As they grow, their bodies change until they resemble the adult. Most crustaceans spend all their time in water, but some crabs live all their adult lives on land. Crabs are the most common land crustaceans found in the Bahamas. The largest crab population is found on Andros. Black and pond crabs are used for food. The spiny lobster and crabs are sold locally, but the spiny lobster is an export, meaning it is sold abroad to help bring money into the Bahamian economy. In order to ensure that we have enough lobster for future generations, the lobster is protected by law and can only be captured during the crawfish season, which begins August 1st and ends March 31st every year. Crustaceans move in different ways. Have you ever seen a crab walk? Well, get up and do your best crab walk. You can do it. Good job. Now remember, crabs move and they walk from side to side. So the next time you have shrimp fettuccine, crab and dough, or a cracked lobster dinner, remember, you're eating a crustacean. Your shrimp fettuccine, remember, you just ate crustaceans.
Hello again. My name is Mrs. Barnaby, and today we are headed for an underwater adventure. Would you like to explore with me? Come, let's discover something new today. In our last lesson, we learned about the marine invertebrate sponges. In this lesson, we will learn about the invertebrate echinoderms. Before we begin our adventure, let's look at the objectives for the lesson. After watching this video, you will be able to identify 5 examples of echinoderms that live in the Bahamas. Describe 5 traits or characteristics of echinoderms. And compare and contrast the invertebrates, sponges, and echinoderms. Here are some of the vocabulary words that you may meet on this adventure. Radial symmetry. This means that you could divide an echinoderm's body into 5 identical pieces. Exoskeleton. An exoskeleton is an external skeleton that supports and protects the animal's body. Echinoderm. An echinoderm is a group of animals that can only live in the ocean. And invertebrates. Invertebrates are animals that do not have a backbone. Let's dive right in. What are echinoderms? Echinoderms are marine invertebrates that live in the ocean. If you examine an echinoderm, you will notice that they have spiny skin, they have a nervous system, they have external skeletons, and they use tiny gills to get oxygen from the seawater. Let's take a closer look. Echinoderms are covered with spines that stick out from their bodies or hard plates. It is with these spines that the animal is able to protect themselves from any predators. Like the sponge, an echinoderm does not have a brain, heart, or even eyes. Echinoderms are uniquely shaped animals. They have radial symmetry. This means
5 arms extending from the center of their bodies. The sea urchins and sand dollars are examples of echinoderms, but they do not have arms like the starfish. What do you notice at the bottom of this starfish? Echinoderms have paired rows of tube feet extending symmetrically from the mouth. These tube feet are used to help the animal move, feed, and for respiration. Echinoderms also have nerves that help them get food. The mouth of the echinoderm is located at the center of the underside of the body. Echinoderms also have powerful jaws and poison glands that are hidden among their spines. Like sponges, echinoderms can reproduce both sexually and asexually. Some echinoderms can also regenerate. This means they can regrow body parts that are lost. Like sponges, echinoderms are found in waters in the Bahamas. Come, let's explore some of these examples of echinoderms. Sea urchins, starfish, brittle star, sand dollar, and sea cucumber. Sea feather and sea biscuit. Now that you've learned about echinoderms, let's compare them to sponges. Both echinoderms and sponges are marine invertebrates. They can regenerate. Echinoderms can move about the ocean, but sponges remain anchored in one place all their lives. Echinoderms have nerves that help them get food. Sponges are filter feeders. Echinoderms have radial symmetry, but sponges have needle-like parts that give them their shape. Echinoderms are covered with spiny skin. Sponges are covered with pores. Great work exploring today. I hope you learned a lot about echinoderms. To learn more about echinoderms, click on the link below. Thank you for watching. See you next time.
Hello boys and girls, and welcome back to Thali's Corner. Today we're going to be talking about fruits of the Bahamas. Here we have the soursop. Its skin is green and prickly, and when you cut it open, it's white with black seeds inside. Next is the sapodilla or dilly fruit. It is brown on the outside, and also when you cut it open, it's brown with black seeds. These are sea grapes. They start off green, and as they ripen, they turn purple. They grow in clusters just like grapes. These are jujus. They start off green, then turn yellow and orange when they're their ripest. They also have a seed inside. Here is the sugar apple. It is green and lumpy on the outside. When you cut it open, it is white with black seeds. Here are the gannets. They have a green outer shell, and when you pop it open, there is an orange sweet fruit inside. It can also be sour at times. Here are nice homegrown bananas. They are green at first, and as they ripen, they turn yellow. Next, we have the guavas. They're green on the outside and can turn yellow. On the inside, they have pinkish flesh with small tiny seeds. You can use guavas to make guava duff. Oh, it's so delicious. You should try it sometime. Lastly, we have the pineapple. It is green on the outside, and as it ripens, it turns to an orange yellow. When you cut it open, the flesh is yellow inside. Alright boys and girls, I hope you know a little bit more about Bahamian fruits. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
Can you believe it's that time again? I'm talking about the hurricane season. Come on. You don't have to worry. There are lots of ways that you can help protect your family. But first, let's take a look at what a hurricane is anyway.
Hurricanes are the absolute worst weather conditions that can affect the Bahamas. These storms can destroy
homes, neighborhoods, and even cause loss of life.
Hurricanes are tropical cyclones that develop over the Atlantic Ocean.
These huge storms can stretch over
500 miles with winds that blow up to 200 miles per hour. The official hurricane season is June 1st to November 30th.
That's when it's the warmest around the equator.
First, a hurricane starts off as a tropical disturbance, and as the wind gets stronger, it then elevates to a tropical depression, then a tropical storm, and then a hurricane.
Which hurricane do you remember most?
Juan, Hurricane Matthew,
Joaquin, however you pronounce it,
Andrew. Really now, you remember Andrew. That happened in 1992. She wasn't even born yet.
Okay, my family told you about it. Jeez. The good thing about a hurricane over all natural disasters is that you are warned in advance. This means that you have enough time to prepare.
Good evening, Basil.
Good evening, Altoids.
Meteorologists attached to the Met Office works with the National Hurricane Center in Florida to issue important updates, alerts, and warnings.
So, about those warnings. If your area is put on hurricane alert, this means you have 60 hours before you feel the storm effect. That's 2.5 days, people. 2.5. Now, if your area is put on hurricane watch, this means you have 36 hours before you feel the effects of the storm. That's 1.5 days. 1.5. If your area is put on hurricane warning, this means you have 24 hours before you feel the effects of the storm. 24 hours, that's 1 day. 1 day, 1 day, as in tomorrow.
Hey, no need to panic. Planning early for a hurricane can help you to keep your family safe. Talk with your family members and make a hurricane plan.
During hurricane watch, you should try your best to secure your home. You better batten up. Put up shutters around your window to prevent breaking. Secure anything around your home that can be torn loose or blown around. Get those plywood.
Buy or check your first aid kit.
Someone may get hurt or need help.
Store water for drinking and cleaning because the water may become contaminated.
At least 2 liters of water per person per day.
Stock up on non-perishable food that don't require refrigeration or cooking.
Soup, spaghetti, tuna, no frozen meat, no ice cream.
Check your battery-powered flashlight and radio to see if they are working.
Your radio might be your only link to the world outside.
Stock up on medicines,
especially for persons who need prescriptions.
Fill up the gasoline tank in your car.
Gas stations may not be open for a few days after the storm.
Have cash available.
You don't know what state the bank will be in after the hurricane.
Store important files and papers in plastic bags and keep them away from doors and windows.
Your passport, birth certificate, your passport.
After the hurricane, stay indoors and wait for the all clear signal.
Don't you go up there trying to be a disaster tourist. Stay indoors.
Stay indoors.
After the storm, please allow the emergency crew time to do their work.
If you must go outside, look out for down power lines and other dangerous debris. If your area is apt to be evacuated, leave. You better get out of the house. Leave that house. Hurricane shelters are located all around your community.
My fellow Bahamian, my fellow Bahamian, my fellow Bahamian. The key to keeping your family safe is early preparation. We pray for a quiet and safe hurricane season and for God's protection
and for God's protection
over our beautiful Bahama land.
Hey, Cindy, I had so much fun Easter Monday. We had an Easter egg hunt in my backyard. And guess who won the hunt? Me! Hey, RJ, that is so good. I'm sorry I missed it. But guess what? I am so excited about what is going to happen today. Happening today? What's happening I don't know about? Boy, you didn't hear? Miss Williams taking us on she's taking us exploring. And we are going to be looking at habitats. Habitats? What that is? Boy, RJ, I don't know. But whatever it is, I can't wait. I'm sure Mrs. Williams will tell us what it's all about. So let's go, get ready, let's get going. Go! Well, hello boys and girls. How are you doing today? Now, just like Sydney said, we have a trip planned today. We are going to explore habitats. Do you know what habitats are? No? Okay. So, I'm going to give you a clue. I am in my habitat now. Right where I am, this is my habitat. Where you are is your habitat. Do you think you know the answer? Not quite there. Okay, I'll give you some more clues. My habitat provides me with what I need. It gives me shelter. It gives me food. I have water. I have air. Now, do you know what it is? Yes, you are absolutely correct. My home, where I live, is my habitat. So where you live is a habitat. So that is just a fancy word that means home. Now, boys and girls, let me ask you a question. Do you value your habitat or your home? I am sure you do. Remember, the word value means it's important to you. And anything we value, we must take good care of it. How do you take care of your home? Right. You sweep it up and you make sure it's nice and clean always. You don't drop garbage on the floor. You don't break your windows and you don't destroy your doors and stuff. You take good care of it. And that is how you show that you appreciate your home or your habitat. You got it. Now, just the way we have a habitat, animals, plants have habitats, right? And remember, it's a home where they live. Now, let's think about some animals. First one, a fish. Where would you find a fish? Yes, in the ocean or in the water. That is the fish habitat. Now, what about a snake? Yes, you would find snakes in the bushes around your houses. That is this habitat for the snake. And how about, let's think. How about a hibiscus flower? Yes, you will find a hibiscus flower growing in your yard, and that is the habitat for that flower. Now, let's think about the animals and the plant that we talk about. Do they live inside of your homes, like in a house where we live? No. Where would you find them? You are absolutely correct when you say outside. So now you know why we're going exploring. Let's go, boys and girls. I'm sure you're ready. Let's go. Boys and girls, here I am. This is a habitat, right where I'm standing. What do you see? Okay. Bushes? Yes, bushes. These bushes, they have a special name. A lot of tall trees grow here. These are pine trees. So this is called a pine forest. This is a habitat. Remember, a habitat is a place where animals and plants live. And so you can see the plants here, right? Now, animals are here also. What kind of animals do you think live here? Remember we talked earlier about a snake? There's a snake living here, maybe in a hole under the rock somewhere in the trees. So snakes live here. Then you have spiders with their webs. Their webs are here. They live here. Then we have birds, of course. Birds live in the tree. They make their nest up in the trees. And then we have raccoons. We have lizards living here. We have insects. All of the insects you could name. The bees, the wasps, the butterflies. All the insects you could name. And then we have lizards here. So you see a whole lot of animals live here. And they depend on their habitat for all the things that they need. Now, sometimes the action of humans, when I talk about humans, mean me and you, we destroy the habitat. We make it bad for the animals live here and their habitat. Now, how do you think we destroy the habitat? Okay, I'm going to give you a word. You may not know it. It's pollution. And that's a big word, means that we make the habitat or the environment unhealthy. We make it dirty for the animals and the plants that live here. There's a bee or wasp right there. Remember I talked about them, they live here. Okay, so we mess it up. We mess it up and it's not good, right, for the plants and the animals living here. So how do we make it unhealthy or not good for the animals and the plants? Pollution, and then that means dropping trash. You can see right here, we have all the garbage right here on the ground, not good for the plants and the animals that live here. And then another way, we cut down all the bushes. Now sometimes we can't help but cut down the bushes because we cut down the bushes to build homes, to build stores. It's called development. Now when we have to cut down the bushes, take down all the trees, the animals no longer have homes and they have to leave and go looking for new homes. So that's not good for them, right? Another way we can destroy their habitat is by burning it. You know, when you start a fire, all the trees are ruined. So that's not good. So those are things we do to destroy the habitat. Now, God don't want us to destroy the habitat, right? He wants us, He gives us these habitats, and so we should value them. And anything we value, we take good care of it. So what are some things we can do to take care of the habitat? Just the opposite of all the things we talk about that would destroy it. We're not going to drop garbage on the ground. We're not going to start fire. And we're not going to cut down all the trees. As far as possible, we're not going to do that. So boys and girls, you can do your part. As little as you are, you can plant a tree somewhere in your yard. You can plant a flower somewhere in your yard and garden. And that is improving your habitat, making it better. Okay? So anyway, there you have it. This is a pine forest.
come with me now as we explore another habitat. Boys and girls, here we are at another habitat. Right in the back of me, you see what? Water, a body of water. And this is called the sea or the ocean. So we have animals living here. This is the habitat for many animals. Do you know any of these animals? How about a bird? You think a bird lives here? No, a bird would live in the pine forest. How about a raccoon? Again, a raccoon lives in a pine forest. So, what kind of animals live here? Think about all the animals you know that live in the sea. There's sharks, snappers you had at Good Friday, grunt, starfish, seahorses. You know, all of the sea creatures you can think about, they live here in the ocean or the sea. And you may not see underneath the ocean, the sea or the ocean, but there are coral reefs under the ocean, and this is home for many, many of these creatures. And this water is salty, and we know some animals live in here. But then we have some water that is fresh water. Fresh water, and the water comes from the rain or under the ground. And these are your ponds and your lake. They are made from fresh water. And again, we have animals living in the pond or lakes, such as frogs, tadpoles, and even some fish. Now again, boys and girls, we have to take care of this habitat. But again, the action of humans like me and you would destroy the habitat. How do you think we would destroy this habitat? Again, that P word we learned earlier, pollution, where we make it dirty or unhealthy for the animals that live here. We make it the habitat not so clean. Okay, so we put what? Trash, garbage. So when we put trash and garbage in the water, it's not good. It's not good for the habitat. It's not good for the animals that live here, because sometimes they mistake it for food. They may eat it. When they eat it, make them sick, and they may even die. Remember, the habitat provides the animals with the things that they need. Remember those things? Food, air, water, and shelter. So, remember now, we're not going to destroy it by putting garbage. Another way some people destroy it is putting chemicals. Dangerous chemical that could hurt the animals. We're not going to do that. Like bleach, oil. These are not good. So we're going to do our job, our best, to take care of this habitat. Now, boys and girls, let me see how much you have learned. We are going to do a quiz, and I know you're going to do a super job, right? Let's go. Boys and girls, are we ready? Number 1. What is a habitat? A hotel. B, a church. C, a home. Or D, a store. You are correct. It is C, a home. Number 2. What kind of habitat does this picture show? A, lake. B, pine forest. C, ocean. D, hole. You are so smart. The answer is B, pine forest. Number 3. One way we can destroy some habitats is by blank. A, starting a fire. B, cleaning up. C, planting trees. D, protecting them. Super! The answer is starting a fire. Now, number 4. A habitat provides air, food, shelter, and
get it? Yes, it is water. And finally, number 5. What kind of habitat does this picture show? A. Nest. B. Pine forest. C. Ocean. Or D. Hole. What is the answer? The answer is ocean. Boys and girls, you did a marvelous job. Very, very, very good.
Did you enjoy exploring today? Now remember, God has blessed us with this beautiful environment, right? He's blessed us with all the habitats we learned about today. And so we value God and what He has given us, and if we value our habitats, means that all of us will do our part to protect our habitats and to care for them. So, continue learning, boys and girls, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Bye!
What can we do to preserve our natural resources? Now, the word preserve means to save or protect something from loss or harm. So, boys and girls, what can we do? Okay, we know that as far as possible, we shouldn't cut down our forests, and also we should not pollute our forests or water. Now, I'm going to give you 3 words that start with the letter R that will help us to avoid pollution and also help us to preserve our natural resources. These 3 R's are reduce, reuse, and recycle. So I want you to shout out these 3 words as loud as you can. Ready? Are you ready? Let's go. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. Okay, now reduce means minimizing the amount of waste we produce every day. Don't be wasteful. Okay, so look at the 2 girls. One is right, one is wrong. The girl that is holding the glass with water, she is correct. She's not being wasteful. She's using the amount of water she needs to brush her teeth. The one that has the X on, oh, she's just being so wasteful. She's brushing her teeth and letting the water flow as she's doing that. So we don't want to do that, right? Not good. Another thing we can do when we're not in the room, we can make sure the television is off, light is off, and this way we are saving energy. Let's go now to reuse, and this means using things again for another reason. Instead of throwing them away, we can find another way to use them. And you can see the bottles that we drink from every day, we're using them to grow plants in. So they're actually plant pots. We're using them as plant pots. And then we're using bags again and again. Every time we have to go to the grocery store, we carry our bags to put our grocery in, so we don't have a whole lot of plastic. We are reusing. And then you see that we use bottles to make decorative pieces. You can use them for salt and pepper shaker, whatever you might want to use them for. And last but not least, we are going to recycle. We can recycle glass, paper, and plastic, and metals. And you know what recycle means? It means turning them into something new, instead of throwing them out. We can collect trash and we can carry them to a factory that would use them for something else. Boys and girls, when we use the three R's, remember what they are: reduce, reuse, and recycle. We are making the earth a much cleaner planet with less pollution, and we are protecting our natural resources. And when we do these things, we certainly will enjoy a better life. Thank the Lord it's done. Praise God. Boys and girls, we depend on natural resources to live and to make our lives better. But sometimes the action of human can destroy our natural resources. Do you know what these actions are? Yes, you remembered. The P word, pollution. Pollution means when we make our environment unhealthy or dirty. So we could make our land dirty, and we can make our atmosphere dirty. An atmosphere means the air that we breathe. Also, cutting down trees. You remember this, right? Pollution and cutting down our trees or forests is not good for our natural resources. When we do these things, plants and animals are losing their habitats. Or, remember, the habitat means home. And some animals are becoming endangered because of these actions. Do you know what the word endangered means? Well, in the Bahamas, we have endangered species. Endangered means when living things are close to being extinct. That means there's no more. Pretty soon we'll have none of them living. So boys and girls, we want our animals and we want our plants to live forever and ever. So we have to do our part to take good care of our natural resources. Now, let's look at some endangered species that are found in the Bahamas. The Bahamian rock iguana. This is a large lizard. So we have to protect our iguanas so they would go on living forever and ever. Another endangered animal is the putia. And then there's the loggerhead turtle. And last but not least is the Bahama duck. We depend on our natural resources to live, boys and girls. So it's important for us to take good care of them and to use them wisely. Boys and girls, do you know how we use natural resources? We eat many plants like fruits and vegetables. We also use plants to make different items such as threads, medicine, paper, tires, and then we use wood to make furniture. We use animals for pets. Dogs, cats, hamsters, and fish are some examples of animals we use for pets. We also use animals for food. We get eggs from chicken, milk from cows. We get meat from other animals such as sheep, goats, and pigs. Uses of air. Plants and animals need air to live. We fill balloons and tires with air. Air is used to move things like airplanes and sailboats. Birds fly because there is air. Soil. Plants need soil in order for them to grow. Plants also need sunlight in order for them to grow. The sunlight gives us light during the day, and it also warms the earth. Boys and girls, I know you know the uses of water. We use water every day when we drink water, washing our hands when we wash our hands, brushing your teeth. We take showers, we cook using water, and we water our plants. How do we use rocks? Well, bricks are made from rocks. And what do we do with bricks? We build houses. Is your house made of rocks? Yes, most of our homes are made from rocks. Uses of minerals. Well, minerals are used to make beautiful jewelry. And who loves to wear beautiful jewelry? I know I do. And I'm sure your mummies, they do.
Hello, boys and girls. Today, we will learn about physical properties of matter. After this lesson, you will be able to define the term property, explain what physical properties are, identify characteristics of physical properties, and investigate physical changes in matter. Properties of matter. Everything that takes up space and has mass is called matter. All the objects you see around you are made of matter. Matter usually comes in 3 forms on Earth. The 3 forms are solid, liquid, and gas. These forms are called the states of matter. A rock is a solid, water is a liquid, and air is a gas. A property is a characteristic that is used to describe matter. A physical property is one that can be measured or observed with the senses without changing the matter into another kind of matter. Physical properties are easily reversible. That means that it can always return to its original state and no new product is formed. Physical properties include shape, size, texture, hardness, odor, state, mass, and color. A change in the size, shape, or state of matter is called a physical change. Examples of physical changes are the melting of ice cream, slicing of bread, and the painting of walls. All of these examples can easily return to its original state. The boiling of water is also another example of a physical change. Can you think of any other physical changes? If it is not a physical change, it is known as a chemical change. Chemical changes are not easily reversible, and a new product is formed. An example of a chemical change would be the burning of wood. After the wood has been burned, it turns to ash. This change cannot be returned to its original state. Ash would be known as a new product. Anytime there is heat applied, this is not a physical change. Rusting is also another example of a chemical change. Questions. Can you identify examples of physical changes? In the first example, you would observe a man breaking a log in half. Is this a physical change? If you answered yes, you are correct. The breaking of the log is a physical change. This action can be reversed and no new product was formed. In the second example, you would observe an egg that has been fried. Is this an example of a physical change? If you said no, you are correct. Heat was used to fry the egg. Therefore, this is not an example of a physical change. In the last example, you will now see a gentleman shredding paper. Is this an example of a physical change? If you answered yes, you are correct. No new product was formed and the action can be reversed. That concludes our lesson on physical properties of matter. I hope you enjoyed and you are able to identify physical changes of matter.
Good morning, grade 5. Today we are going to learn about the muscular system. Are you ready? Let's go!
Lesson objectives. At the end of this lesson, you will be able to 1. Explain the functions of the muscular system. 2. Identify the parts of the muscular system. 3. Classify muscles as skeletal, smooth, and cardiac. And 4. Infer how proper nutrition, rest, and sleep are related to good muscular health.
There are muscles: skeletal, smooth, cardiac, relaxing, contracting, relaxing. To get the body moving, what's happening? Yeah, that's what happens. There are muscles: skeletal, smooth, cardiac, relaxing, contracting, relaxing. To get the body moving, what's happening? Yeah, that's what happens.
Types of muscles. There are 3 types of muscles. 1. Skeletal muscles. 2. Smooth muscles. And 3. Cardiac muscles. We are going to learn about these 3 types of muscles. Skeletal muscles. What do you think of when I say the word skeletal? That's right, the skeletal system. These muscles move the limbs and other parts of the body. They are stretched across the bones. These muscles can only pull bones and work in pairs. When muscles contract, they pull on the bones to which they are attached, causing the bones to move. The second type of muscle we are going to learn about is the smooth muscle. These muscles line the organs of the body. Your organs, such as kidneys, stomach, and intestines, as well as your bladder, are covered with smooth muscles. Now we are going to move on to cardiac muscles. Cardiac muscle is a very special type of muscle. It is special because it can only be found in the heart. How does the skeletal and muscular system work together, you may ask? Muscles are connected to bones by tendons. Tendons are connective tissue which is unable to stretch. The muscular and skeletal systems work together to cause movement in the body. How to keep your muscles strong and healthy? Dairy products, fruits, and vegetables contain calcium and other minerals that are used by muscles when they contract. Milk, meat, fish, and eggs contain proteins. Proteins help build muscle tissues. Breads and cereals
provide energy that muscles need to move bones. Exercise, exercise, exercise. By doing this, it helps muscles to become stronger.
There are muscles: skeletal, smooth, cardiac. Relaxing, contracting, relaxing. To get the body moving, what's happening? Yeah, that's what happens. There are muscles: skeletal, smooth, cardiac. Relaxing, contracting, relaxing. To get the body moving, what's happening? Yeah, that's what happens.
Welcome back. Today's lesson, we will focus on the similarities and differences between animal and plant cells. At the end of this lesson, you should be able to identify the organelles that are common in plant and animal cells. You should also be able to identify organelles that are found in plant cells only. Let's get started. So which cell organelles are found in both animal and plant cells? How we figure this out is that we place two diagrams, one of a plant cell, one of an animal cell. The animal cell is to the left, the plant cell is to the right, and we observe them both very carefully. We look for structures that both cells have. Are you ready to get started? Here is a structure here that we find in both animals and plant cells. Do you know the name of this organelle? If you identified this organelle as the nucleus, you are correct. Let's do it again. Look for structures that are found in both the animal cell and the plant cell. There is a structure that we find in both animal cells and plant cells that are the same. Do you know its name? If you identified this structure as a cell membrane, you are correct. The cell membrane is a structure that is found in both animal and plant cells. We have one more cell structure that is common to both animal cells and plant cells. Can you find it? Here is the structure that I'm talking about. Do you know its name? If you identified this structure as the mitochondria, you are doing an excellent job at identifying the organelles which are common to both plant cells and animal cells. So there are three organelles looking at our diagrams that are common to both plant cells and animal cells. They are the nucleus, the cell membrane, and the mitochondria. Onward to our next learning objective. What are some differences between animal cells and plant cells? We're going to use the same process where we have the animal cell over to the left and the plant cell over to the right. We will observe both of them, looking mostly in the plant cell for structures that are found only in the plant cell. Are you ready to begin? Look carefully. Which structures do you see that are found only in the plant cell? Remember, the plant cell is the structure that is over to the right side of the screen. This structure here is found only in plant cells. As you can see when you look over to the left side, the animal cell does not have this structure. Can you think of its name? If you said that this structure was a cell wall, you are correct. When you are given a question asking you to write what are three differences or what are the differences between an animal cell and a plant cell, this is how you should respond. A plant cell has a cell wall an animal cell does not have a cell wall. This is a complete answer that will give you full marks. If you place a plant cell has a cell wall, that response is actually incomplete because the question wants you to recognize that that structure is found in this plant cell, and you must respond stating that the same structure is not found in an animal cell. Let's continue on. Again, we have our plant and animal cell right next to each other. Remember, we are looking for structures that we find only in the plant cell. Do you see any other structures that you find only in the plant cell and not in the animal cell besides the cell wall? Here's one here. Do you know its name? If you identified this structure as the vacuole, you are correct. Let's backtrack a little bit though. Remember that the vacuole in a plant cell is a large, permanent structure. The vacuole in a plant cell may or may not exist depending on the time that you're looking at the cell. Vacuoles may be present in animal cells. However, they are small and they are temporary. The word temporary means they could be there today. They don't necessarily have to be there tomorrow. On the other hand, a plant cell's vacuole is permanent. It means that it's always there. It means that if you take a sample of a plant cell from any part of the plant and look at that cell under the microscope, you will always be able to see a vacuole. You will not always be able to see a vacuole in an animal cell. So if there is a question that asks you to list a second difference between animal and plant cells, here's how you respond. A plant cell has a permanent central vacuole. An animal cell has a small temporary vacuole. This is the second difference between plants and animal cells. Our final difference is upon us. Again, we look at our plant cell to the left, our plant cell to the right, and our animal cell to the left. Do you see a structure found in the plant cell that you do not see in the animal cell on the diagram of the plant cell? There it is. And there are multiple arrows showing you that there are many of these in a plant cell. Can you remember the name of the structure that's found, of this structure that's found in the plant cell? If you were able to come up with the name chloroplasts, good for you. The chloroplasts are structures that are found only in the plant cell. Their function is to absorb energy from the sun that is used by the plant to produce food for itself through the process of photosynthesis. So if you were asked to write a third difference between animal and plant cells, your response would be: a plant cell contains chloroplasts. An animal cell does not contain chloroplasts. Please remember, a little bit of review goes a long way. It's always best to do little bits of review consistently throughout the week than to wait to cram for a test or a quiz. Thank you so much for paying attention, and I'll see you again.
Hi, grade 4. This is Miss Umbrista here with the respiratory system. Take a look at the photo on the right. We're going to get familiar with those body parts. Our objectives for the day: at the end of the lesson, you'll be able to define the term respiration, identify parts of the respiratory system, and describe the functions of each part of the respiratory system. But you may ask, what is respiration? Respiration is a process in which oxygen is taken in and carbon dioxide is released from the body. Let's take a deep breath. Now hold it, release. Oh, that was refreshing. Did you know that your lungs are amazing? They allow you to breathe, to talk to a friend, to shout at a game, to sing la 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 la, to laugh, to cry, ooh, and so much more. And the good thing about the respiratory system is that we don't need to tell our bodies when to breathe. The lungs allow us to breathe. But you may ask, how does the respiratory system work? The respiratory system works in the following way. First, you breathe in the air through your nose. It wet and warms the air, so it does not irritate your lungs. Then the air travels through your voice box, down your windpipe, and through two tubes into your lungs. Take a look at the photo to the right. Okay, moving right along. Organs of the respiratory system. Well, we know the two main organs are the lungs. Other than the lungs, we have the nose, the mouth, the trachea, also known as the windpipe, the larynx, the pharynx, lungs, bronchi, bronchioles, alveolus, and the diaphragm. Functions of the respiratory system. The functions are gas exchange, which is also known as the oxygen and carbon dioxide moving throughout the body. Breathing, the way we inhale and exhale. Sound production, when we make noises, we sing, we talk, we laugh. Olfactory assistance, that's our sense of smell. And also protection, keeps the dust and the microbes out of our body or from entering our lungs. How can you take care of your lungs? Do you know? Or do you have an idea how can we take care of our lungs? Let's see. You can also show your love for your lungs by exercising. Exercising is good for every part of your body and especially for your lungs and heart. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another exciting science lesson. My name is Mrs. Barnaby, and I am so happy to share with you today. What do you think our lesson will be about today? I'll give you a hint. What are animals that do not have a backbone? If your answer was invertebrates, you are absolutely correct. And we are off to a great start. Today, we are going to learn about a special kind of invertebrate, an invertebrate called sponges. But before we begin, let's look at the objectives for the lesson. After watching this video and participating in an activity, you will be able to state 3 main characteristics of sponges, define key vocabulary terms, and finally, explain why sponges are called filter feeders. Let's take a look at the vocabulary words for this lesson. Pores. Pores are tiny holes covering the sponge's body. Filter feeders. Filter feeders filter tiny particles of food from the water. Regenerate. Regenerate means to regrow body parts that are lost. And asexual. Asexual means to make a copy of itself. What comes to your mind when you think about sponges? Is it the synthetic or man-made sponges that you use for washing dishes? Or is it this funny animated character, SpongeBob SquarePants? Look at these beautiful sponges. They may look like plants, but in fact, sponges are animals. A sponge is a marine invertebrate that usually remains anchored to reefs in oceans all across our planet all their lives. A sponge is a simple multicellular invertebrate. They are made up of only 2 layers of cells. They do not have any internal organs. This means that a sponge does not have a brain or any nervous system. So here's a question for you. If sponges do not move from place to place, how do they get food? Well, sponges are filter feeders. What does this mean? I'll explain it to you. Let's look closely at this sponge. Do you notice the tiny holes? Tiny holes covering a sponge's body are called pores. Ocean water enters the sponge's body through these pores. The pores lead to canals. The canals are made up of specialized thread-like whip structures. These structures whip rapidly as the water passes through the sponge's body. This whip-like motion allows the water to pass through the sponge's body. As the water moves through the sponge's body, the sponge then filters microscopic food particles such as bacteria, algae, protists, and other materials like plankton. Yes, plankton from the water. Oxygen is also removed from the water at this time. Once the sponge gets everything it needs, then waste and other materials leaves the sponge body through an opening called a vent. Like all living things, sponges must reproduce. How do sponges reproduce? Sponges can reproduce asexually by budding. This happens when buds break off and grow into a new sponge. Sexually, most sponges are both male and female. In sexual reproduction, they may play either role. And sponges can regenerate. Regenerate is our vocabulary word. This means the ability to regrow body parts that are lost. This says a lot about our sponge population. There are many species of sponges living in oceans all across our planet. Needle-like parts give them their shape. Different species of sponges come in different colors, shapes, or sizes. Here are some examples of sponges: a vase sponge, tube sponge, and yellow sponge. You may find this invertebrate sponges in reefs in the Bahamas. Long ago, there were so many sponges in the Bahamas that we had a sponging industry. Bahamian fishermen harvested sponges from the ocean floor. The sponges were gathered and sold to foreign countries. Today, people use sponges for so many different things. Sponges can be used for decorating, they can be used for bathing, and finally, they can also be used for cleaning. And now, let's take a look back over our lesson. What have you learned about sponges today? Remember these simple things about a natural sponge. Sponges are marine invertebrates. They are filter feeders. They come in a variety of sizes, shapes, and colors. Sponges can reproduce asexually and sexually. They can regenerate. Sponges have a variety of uses. Some can be used for decorating, some can be used for cleaning, and some can be used for bathing. Sponging was once a profitable business in the Bahamas. Great job, everyone! I do hope you know more about sponges. See you next time.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye.
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Oh, who is a marine animal who lives under the sea? Sponges, sponges. Absorbent and porous are these. Sponges, sponges. If there is something you wish to learn, pay attention, then you will earn the knowledge that no one else can replace. Sponges, sponges. All about sponges. Have you ever heard of SpongeBob SquarePants? I'm sure you have. But unlike SpongeBob SquarePants, there are real live sponges that live in the ocean. We use sponges for so many useful things. The scientific name for sponges are Phylum Porifera. In this lesson, we're going to learn so much about these unique marine organisms. Though plant-like in appearance, sponges are actually one of the most primitive animals in the sea. There are over 10,000 different species that can be found in a variety of colors and shape. Some are barrel sponge, pipe sponge, and fire sponge. Most of them are small, but some varieties are extremely large. Sponges are invertebrates, and they usually remain anchored in one place all their lives. They are also filter feeders. They filter tiny particles of food from the water. A sponge has only 2 layers of cells. The outer covering of the sponge's body is covered with tiny holes called pores. These pores lead to canals, which are made up of specialized cells with whip-like structures that beat rapidly. This motion helps purify water into the canals. Thread-like structures remove the tiny pieces of food from the water. The water then flows out through an opening called a vent. Sponges have needle-like parts that give them shape. Different species of sponge have different colors, shapes, and sizes. Sponges are found on reefs in the Bahamas. At one time, Bahamian fishermen harvested sponge, which was sold to foreign countries, where sponges were processed into a variety of household items that could be used for decorations and bathing. So remember, the next time you see a sponge, it was once a living animal.
Hello, grade 6, and welcome to our science lesson. Today, we're going to talk about invertebrates. Worms. Types of worms. Worms are invertebrates, and we're going to learn a lot about them. Come on, let's get started. When you see a worm, do you run away afraid? Or are you the type of person who picks up the worm and says, "Aw, isn't that cute?" Well, people have different reactions when they see worms. But today, we're going to learn how to describe a worm. The first type of worm is the roundworm, and that one's easy. It is described as having a round body. The second type is called a segmented worm. A segmented worm has a sectioned body. Its body is divided into many sections by a series of rings. That last type of worm is the flatworm, and they have flattened bodies. Let's learn about these 3 types of worms. Let's start with roundworms. Can you see the picture? Those are roundworms. Roundworms have round bodies, and their bodies have 2 body openings. At one end, they eat, and at the other end, they let waste out.
Segmented worms are interesting. Their bodies are divided into many sections with series of rings. These series or sections have muscles, and the muscles help them to move easily through the soil. The last type of worm we're going to learn about is the flatworm. Flatworms have flattened bodies. They also have a digestive system, but only one body opening. I can name 3 types of flatworms: tapeworms, flukes, and planarians. Are you ready to go on a real worm hunt? All right, let's go.
I'm digging for worms. I'm digging.
Oh, hi! Guess what? I'm working in my garden, but I'm really looking for worms. I'm on a worm hunt. Remember we learned about 3 types of worms? Round worms, flatworms, and hookworms? Well, I'm trying to see if I have any of those types of worms in our yard. Let's see. I didn't see any over here. So let's try over here. Oh, look! I found one! Can you see him? Let's put him in the bucket. One worm in my yard. Oh, I see another one here. Two worms. Wow. Now we have to look at their body parts to figure out what type of worm we think they are. Well, their bodies look a bit segmented. Ooh. It's not a hookworm because it's not shaped like a hook. I think these are segmented worms. Segmented worms have bodies that are divided into sections with series of rings. These sections have muscles, which help them to move through the soil. Aren't worms cool? Look at that! Wow! This is so exciting, guys! This one's smaller than that one. So you can actually go outside in your yard and find worms. And guess what type of worm it is. Thanks for coming in my yard to help me find worms. See you next time. Oh, that's cool. Which worm is which? Which worm is which? It's review time. We learned about 3 types of worms: flatworms, segmented worms, and roundworms. Now, I want to see if you remember. Let's read the descriptors in column number 1, and you have to tell me which type of worm it's describing. Ready? Flat body. It has a digestive system, and it also has one body opening. Is that flat worms, segmented worms, or round worms? You're right, flat worms. Way to go. Okay, let's try the second one. It has tube-like round body. It has 2 body openings, and it has a nervous system and a brain. Sounds like roundworms to me. 2 in a row. You are on a roll. So obviously, segmented worms have sectioned bodies, they have muscles, and they move easily through soil.